Good morning, everybody. How are you doing? Hope you are chilling and partying like rock stars. Let's put you back down over here today, chat. You've been good. You've been good. Give you a little bit of space. Center this more. Oh, trying to get this pixel perfect. There. Oh my God, it's beautiful. So much room for activities. Hi. Speaking of room for activities, zombies. Yes. Did you know that these intros are ad-lib? I can say anything. Help. Oh, I got 10 hours of sleep last night. And yet I'm still so tired. All right, what are we looking at today? Oh, hold on. Room and food? And food.
Perfect. Orders, sir.
Yeah.
Any orders?
What? Yes.
Tell me.
Tell me it's a pocket.
Let's go.
Tell me it's a pocket. It's not a pocket. Oh, maybe.
Of course, my commander.
Okay, my thingy is gonna go there.
Yes, tell me. But be quick. You again. Yes, tell me. But be quick.
Just tell me what to do. Perfect.
Okay, good.
Understood. Let's get them. That will be easy.
We're gonna lose one food, so I can put a chop there and probably a chop. The chop probably wants to go there. Maybe I have to make one here to start, and then I'll delete it and make two after. I don't hate that plan. Could be the lack of sunlight why I'm so tired. You know what? That makes sense. I kind of want to just run out and grab that food, but I also don't want to have to like micro a whole bunch here. Oh, actually, you know what? Hold on.
Gotcha. Straight to the heart. My bow is...
Maybe I can just micro.
Yeah. Gotcha. A new task. Chase my arrows.
Attention. Building completed. Choose your
2 free rangers.
My bow and arrows are ready. Oh.
That's not bad at all.
Faster than my bow. Let me put an arrow in his head.
units
Straight
under
to the
attack.
heart. Oh, more orders. My bow is ready. Whatever you say, as long as you pay me. Faster than my bow.
Look at this, y'all.
Are you sure?
Oh my god, hold on. Is this a pocket?
Attention.
Hold on.
Right between the eyes. Yeah, let me put an arrow in his head.
It might be. Oh my god.
You
Blessed?
Tell me. Perfect. Waiting on...
That's an old radar tower. I hope it's not the Doomtown. I guess we'll find out.
chase my arrows. Straight to the heart.
Our forces are in danger.
Already making a lot of noise over there. Good, good, good job, chat. Working as intended.
What do you want now?
Our soldiers are in trouble.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
At your service. On your orders. All right. Understood.
Gotcha. Oh, here we go again. Whatever you say, as long as you pay me. Gotcha.
All right, let's get our first wood chop down here. So that's going to be 20. Oh my god. So put that there and there. Yeah, that's going to be incredible once we get there. The other option is I just do this for now. Is that stupid? I don't have to destroy it later. That's stupid. I mean, you know what? I don't hate it, actually.
Okay, yeah. You again, are you sure? This better be good. Let me put an arrow in his head. My bow is ready.
Units under
Faster
attack.
than my bow. Okay, are you sure?
I've decided I do want to just go for this big one down here. And the best way to do that is to just expand. Right? I think it's fine to delay this slightly.
I hope you're not
I think.
wasting my time. You are gonna pay me for this, right? Oh, more orders. Roger that. Okay.
We got access to some metal right there, which is huge.
Is everything okay?
That's a huge problem.
Are you sure?
Attention.
I hope you're not
Building
wasting my
completed.
time. Right?
Attention.
Yeah.
Building completed.
My bow is ready. Gotcha. Great. Yeah. Right between the eyes.
Attention.
Faster
Building
than my
completed.
bow. Roger that. Yes. Let me put an arrow in his head. Gotcha. Whatever you
Oh my goodness. Chat. Chat.
straight to the heart. Taste my arrows. Gotcha.
Chat.
Yeah.
You're so loud, chat.
Waiting on orders.
What? Yes.
Our soldiers are in trouble.
Do you need me?
Oh, here we go again.
A little bit delayed on stuff right now.
You again. Straight to the heart. Oh, here we go again. What? Faster than my bow. Let me put an arrow in his
So this is like a start that I don't know if it's good or not.
taste my arrows.
So rather than like immediately make the science building, what I'm trying to do is build like a second wood thing here
Yeah.
with the hope that the snowball is stronger. But like,
Better be good.
is that even good?
Infected around? A new task.
That's the question we ask ourselves.
Completed. Units under attack.
Great. Okay. Are you sure?
Attention. Building completed.
You are gonna pay me for this, right? Oh, more orders. Yeah. Roger that. Sounds interesting. It could be worse. This better be good. What? Great.
Our forces are in danger.
Yeah. Oh, more orders. My bow is ready. Great. Yeah.
So people are telling me that music that we just heard right there, that womp womp, whatever.
My bow is
Somebody was saying that that was like a muted low trombone. I thought it was a French horn the other day, and somebody said no,
you are gonna
not a French horn.
right? Roger that.
All right, I have absolutely none power. Which is bad, because I finally have enough wood to build the wood center. Actually, you know what? Let's build 2 of these at the same time then. Because then, when I build my farm,
Let me put an arrow in
or my science building, I'll be a little bit further ahead.
Okay.
And it's probably gonna get, I'm probably gonna get up to that amount of wood anyways by the time we get there.
For this, right? This better be good.
The closed captions for YouTube are doing better than the job than Twitch. Interesting. We're not supposed to make a lot of noise? I mean, I guess so. I guess when I do that big call out of, ooh, geez,
Okay. What? Faster
of YouTube or Twitch chat, I can't hear you. I mean, you are just following instructions, aren't you?
as long as you pay me.
All right, let's
Are you sure? Yeah.
maybe try and take it a little bit easier here, shall we? I feel like that side's getting a little,
Roger that. Okay. Great.
Attention. Building completed.
that side's getting a little bit tricksy. Ooh, veteran time.
Building completed. Our forces are in danger.
You are gonna
Please stop.
right? Right between the eyes. Yeah. What? Whatever you say, as long as you pay me. Aren't there other units to bother? What's up? Any infected around?
Any infected?
Attention. Building completed. Attention.
That's exciting. Golden medal.
What? Take my arrows. Okay. What do you want now? You again.
Attention. Building completed.
Could I put another one there later? I don't know. We'll find out.
Attention. Building completed.
Oh, more orders.
Oh, that's interesting. That's power right next to an old
Okay. Let's
executor or whatever that thingy's called.
gotcha. You are gonna pay me for this, right? Great.
All right, I'm feeling a little bit slower on a lot of the things that I
Sounds interesting.
normally want here. Like our science is only just going now on day 4. So our farm is a little bit delayed. But I feel like this is pretty strong. Like we have an okay core.
Building completed.
What? Yeah, you are gonna pay me for this, right? What do you want now? You order, you pay. Sounds interesting. It could be worse.
Can I build another one there? I can. Do I need 42 wood per second? You know what? I think I do. Thanks for asking. I think I do.
So tired.
After all, why shouldn't I? No, I need to make sure I don't get too excited over on that side and I lose this. I mean, the other thing I could do actually, this is seeming pretty chill right now. I could do this.
But be quick. This better be good. Gotcha. Whatever you say.
Like there's not a lot of action happening over on the right there. So if I do this,
Yes.
I feel like I'm just giving myself much more room for activity.
Our soldiers are in trouble.
What do you want now? Are you sure? Okay. Are you sure? Yeah. Gotcha.
Attention. Building completed.
All right.
A new task. Whatever you say, as long as you pay me. You again. Straight to the heart. Yes. Gotcha.
Attention. Technology research finished.
Whatever you
Okay, we got our first farm.
pay me.
I should be able to build 2 of these actually.
You are gonna pay me for this, right? Okay.
If I go here, can I go there? If I go there, which is the lowest I can go, I can make another one up here for 56. Okay, that's worth.
So
It's worth it to make the worst one.
last night was
so that we can make a better one later on, right?
What? Great.
All right, feeling okay about everything right now, gonna be honest. Okay, that should be more than enough food for the next 10,000 years.
Here we go again. Okay. Yes. Whatever you say, as long as you pay me.
Attention. Building completed.
What? Are you sure? I hope you're not wasting my time. You are gonna pay me for this, right? This better be good. Is that all? So boring.
All right,
Attention.
Oogie.
Building completed. Attention. Building completed.
Pretty bold of you to assume there's gonna be a later on.
Okay.
Oh, look, I'm doing my best, all right? It's all we can do in these trying times.
Building completed.
That's oil. I saw a little bit of animation. I was worried it might have been ye old Doomy Town.
Attention.
Hope is the last thing to die. Interesting. Or the first step. Uh-oh, hold on.
What? Gotcha. Whatever you say, as long as you pay me.
Attention. Building completed.
You are gonna pay me for this, right?
Yo, what's up, Greya?
Faster than my bow.
Thank you so much for the 29 months, friend. I hope you're having a great day. Really appreciate you.
Gonna cost you double.
Attention. Building completed.
What do you want now? Great. What? Yes. This better be good.
All right, I'm feeling like I got plenty of room right now. You know what? I'm feeling like we just fill in the blanks here.
Attention. Building completed.
Vote for your mayor.
2 snipers. Sure. Not a very exciting mayor. I'm gonna have to delete something here for stone. Maybe I do that now, actually. There's room, actually, there's room for a stone chop right there.
What do you want now? A new task. Gotcha.
Okay, hold! There we go. Let's hold and let's grow stronger and oh no.
We go again. My bow is ready. Let me put an arrow in his head.
Units
Straight
under
to the
attack.
heart. Right between the eyes.
Attention.
Roger that.
Building completed.
Taste my arrows. Whatever you say, as long as you pay me. Taste my arrows. A new task. What? I hope you're
Our
not wasting
forces are in danger.
You are gonna pay me for this, right? Right between the eyes. Faster than my bow. My bow.
Our
is
soldiers
ready.
are in
Let me
trouble.
put an arrow in his head. Are you sure? This better be good. You again? Yeah.
That was spooky.
A new task. What? Roger that. You are gonna pay me for this, right? Great.
There's still more zombies left. Who could believe it? Honestly, kind of rude. If you ask me. Like, what are these zombinis even doing?
Yeah.
Don't they know we got places to be? I don't think I can put a power there because of that one. I could delete that one. No, that's dumb. Why would I do that? I want to put a barracks or maybe another farm right there. Man, 500 gold right now is kind of huge. I can get that gold and metal in a little bit. I don't think there's any need to rush. My econ is kind of crushing it right now, to be honest. I can make another stone chop right there. I don't really know what that gets me, though.
Attention. Building completed.
This game isn't called They Are Dozens. What if it was, though?
Technology research finished.
Right? And if it was just like, there's dozens of us, and you're like, I guess I'm not actually all that threatened, if I'm honest. There's dozens, and what does it have to do with me? Oh, I'd love it if it was a dozen croissants. Yeah, I'd mess that up.
Attention. Building completed. Attention. Building.
Okay, let's get this market next.
Attention. Building completed. Attention. Building completed. Attention. Building completed.
What? Roger that. Okay. But it's
I need to push out just a little bit further. Not much. Sorry, the shadow. Anytime it looks like this shadow has some texture,
You are gonna pay me for this, right?
it's worth making sure that something hasn't happened. You know what I mean? Just in case. Just in case. All right, we're approaching day 10. This is probably one of the stronger starts I've had, but you know, we've said that before. We've said that before into death.
Units under attack.
What? Straight to the heart. Roger that.
Seem to have a very organized, very promising looking town. Thank you.
Our forces are in danger.
You again. My bow is ready. Great. Yes. Yeah. Gotcha. What do you want now?
Okay, getting two executives back to back over here is a little bit startling, a little bit alarming. I don't love that.
This better be good. I hope you're not wasting my time.
Attention. Building completed. Attention. Building completed.
Attention, building completed. Right, and I could get 2 more stone there. That gets us up to 5 stone, which is not great, but it's not nothing either. I could, in theory, try and slap down this gold mine now.
Aren't there other units to bother? A new text. Right between the eyes. Faster than my...
Oh no, a new meme? Hold on. What you got, Gunner? Why can't I make this bigger? That's as big as it gets. I have no idea why this is so small. Fool of a chat! Stone looks like it might be a bottleneck. For now. Alright, coming from the north is fascinating.
Let me put an arrow in his head.
Our soldiers are in trouble.
Right? Great. Let me put an arrow in his head. Are you sure?
Attention.
Yes.
Building completed.
Faster than my bow. Yeah, my bow is ready.
There's technically another stone right here. Like, what would this even get me? 1? I don't think it's worth it to delete houses for 1. I could build this for another... Oh, that's 80 gold. That's 100% worth it.
Attention. Building completed.
Oh, here we go again. Great.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna rotate some people over.
You are gonna pay me for this, right? Okay. Are you sure? What? Yeah. Are you sure?
Okay, there we go.
Just tell me what to do.
I technically have something there to keep us safe. Boom, 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 boom.
This better be good. Okay.
Attention. Building completed.
Taste.
Ideally, chat doesn't take those kills because chat's too loud.
Great. Is that all? So boring. Straight to the heart.
What are the chances that this ends up going this way? Not 0, but potentially devastating. So let's, just in case,
Attention.
right? Just in case. Just in case it inexplicably goes
Units under
to the right instead of to the left. Right? Right in this case meaning correct, not the direction. I want to save this for something big later. I'm a little bit worried if I build that there. Okay, it looks like we're good.
Yes. Okay. Taste my arrows. Yeah. Straight to the heart. Let me put an arrow in his head. Great. Yeah. Great. Are you sure? You order, you pay. Yeah.
Attention.
Roger that.
Building
Great.
completed.
Yeah. Great. Yeah.
Our forces are in danger.
I hope you're not wasting my time. Yes. Great idea. No, I'm just kidding. Roger that. Okay. Are you sure? Yes. Great. Yeah. Yes. Great. Yes. My bow is ready.
Our soldiers are in trouble.
Clean the eye.
Nice. Oh, we are capping? Capping is bad. All right. I need to get this whatchamadoodle done. I need to get the market done, which I'm going to build in the center of all these homes.
What's up? Any infected around? A new task. Gotcha.
Just need to wait for one more stone tick. I'm a little bit worried about pushing out a little bit further here. I kind of want another farm there, but I don't know if I can get away with that. All right. So we want the market to have as much home coverage as possible, which I think means I want it in this row.
You again. Yeah, great. What? You again. You call that a plan?
I'm gonna grab this power.
Whatever you say. As long as you pay me. Great. You order, you pay. Gotcha. Great. Gotcha.
No Doomtown, eh?
As long as you pay me. Roger that.
Attention. Building completed.
Yes. Great. Gotcha. You order, you pay. Gotcha. Roger that. Are you sure?
The city Tetris building aspect on top of the RTS micro is just so much in like a good way. Is that like happy smiley faces, or you're like, oh god, I do not enjoy this smiley face?
Let's do this.
Because this is my perfect game. This is the game. This is my happy place. This is the game that fills me with the most joy. I think I just want to put a ballista here. I think I'm going to pull it back just a little bit.
This better be good. Okay.
Just because I'm already so rich right now, you know what I mean? It's unlike driving a race car is fun, you know, panic. I've been known to panic. Thank you for asking. Not Kane or Able, thank you so much for the 64 months. It's kind of like a billion. Pretty sure that's a billion, but in binary. Here's a question for the people who are good at this video game. What is louder, a ballista or a soldier? I think a ballista is actually quieter than a soldier. Oh my god, I'm capping. I need to get this warehouse down. That's why we left this space, by the way. He said line. But hitting all of my farms and all of those street chops is going to be incredible.
Attention. Building completed.
Ready and waiting. Any orders? Great idea, sir. Is everything okay? Understood.
You are gonna pay me for this, right? Faster than my bow. Great. Let me put an arrow in his head. This better be good. Yeah. Taste my arrows.
Okay, that workshop getting done is going to be big.
Technology research.
I need to find out where the bad guys are.
Attention. Building completed.
What is the average punishment for canceling an RPG session 2 hours prior to one happening? I mean, it depends on the cause. If all you say is, oops, I forgot, you know, probably jail for 10,000 years. If you're like, hey, you know, car crash, or I think it all depends on the why. Yeah, on my way to the hospital can be used up to -8 hours. Exactly. Hey, why didn't you show up? You know, Hopsital. Give you a lot of leeway on that one. Hour 9? Yeah. Like, here's the other rule, right? Like, you late to work, you late to a meeting. Did you bring coffee? That's fine. Are you late because you grabbed coffee? Less fine. Less fine.
Attention. Building completed.
Okay, what do you want now?
That only got me. Oh, buckets. I didn't realize this was one off from hitting my super one. That's too bad. Whatever. I still have plenty.
What? Gotcha.
Attention.
You order?
Technology research
Yeah.
finished.
Right, between the eyes. Roger that. Faster than my bow. My bow is ready. Yeah.
All right, how are we looking here? We're looking like I probably need one more ballista over here too.
Heart.
That's probably a little bit conservative. There we go. Have I found the Doomtown?
Yeah. Okay. Are you sure? Great.
I have found the Doomtown. Well, buckets.
Great. Okay. Are you sure? Roger that. Okay. Are you sure? I hope you're not wasting.
Well, isn't that interesting? Oh my god, I had you chat. I had you standing right there before.
Any infected around? Great. Yes. Any attack? You again. Great. Okay. Sounds interesting. It could be worse. Are you sure? Okay. Yeah. Roger that. Yeah. Okay. Roger that. Yeah. Great. Yeah. Okay.
Attention.
Hold that.
Building
and-
completed.
So tired. Last night was amazing. Okay. Yes. Gotcha.
Attention.
Whatever you
Building
say.
completed.
As long as you pay me.
This isn't quite what I was expecting my day to look like. I mean, this part,
Okay. Are you sure? Okay.
specifically on day 15. But you know what? It's very important that I get this down now that I've discovered this problem, you know?
Oh, more orders.
Attention. Building completed.
Oh, here we go again. Straight to the heart. Great. My bow is ready. What? Gotcha. You are gonna pay me for this, right?
I thought I sent another extra ranger over here. Did I not? No, I guess not yet.
You again. Let me put an arrow in his head.
Attention. Building completed.
What? Great.
Okay, I need to do a little bit more scouting here.
Whatever you say, as long as you pay me. Roger that.
Is the Doomtown just down in that corner? Is it kind of all evenly over here?
Roger that. Great. Gotcha. Okay. Yes.
You think there's a ranger in my farms somewhere? That's a soldier. Also, what's up, Narkuru? Good to see you. That's a soldier because they're too loud.
You again. Great. Yes. Gotcha. Great idea.
But do you think there's another one over there too? There might have been.
Okay.
Give me a second. What has Gunner posted this time? God, I wish I could make these bigger. Why are you so small? Like, look at that. That's the size. That's the, if I hit Control 0, set the default, that's the size of it. That is maximum zoom, 500%. That's got to be a setting on my end. How did you know I have my deliberately sabotage Gunner's meme setting on my computer? It's day 16. I think I can get one more chop chop in here somewhere.
Building completed. Building completed.
You again. Are you sure? Yes. Gotcha.
That setting is integrated into Twitch. Oh, that makes sense. I'm a little bit nervous about this side here, if I'm going to be honest.
Are in danger.
You are gonna pay me for this, right? A new task. Roger that. Great. Yeah.
I'm gonna need more power soon. Also, for doing more power, I should get the stone workshop down. Let that be our next building. I'm gonna destroy this.
Building completed.
Oh no! I'm so sad. Really? I can't put another chop chop here because of that tower? You know what, that makes sense. It's fine. Once I get over here.
They are attacking the colony defenses. Attention. Building completed.
Okay, build our stone warehouse. Who put that there? What idiot put that there? Yeah, I know exactly, right? I mean, if I really wanted to, and I mean really wanted to, I could push this forward. No, I think if I do that, that's just unnecessarily aggressive. I think I do need maybe one more ballista here, though. Because again, I tend to be very much on the side of don't want to die.
Attention. Building completed.
I think this might be a little pocket right in here. Just make sure it's clear. It is. Good.
Yes. Are you sure?
Attention.
How much power does one of these take? 3. Okay, so I can go here and here. And then this side is safe. You've checked my rig. How high-ish is my monitor? I have a 1440 monitor.
This better be good.
I have a pretty decent monitor.
The walls are under attack. Attention. Building completed.
For people who are curious about these buttons, this is target nearest. This is target highest
Trying to break.
priority. Priority is like most dangerous zombie.
Building completed.
Are there other units to bother? I hope you're not wasting my time. Roger that. Are you sure? I hope you're not wasting my time. Warder, you pay. Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah. Okay.
Attention.
Yeah.
Building
Are you sure?
completed.
I hope you're not wasting my time.
Excuse me.
Gotcha.
Hello. Why are you ignoring the perfectly healthy ranger that's dancing in front of you here?
Our defenses are being attacked.
Roger that. Are you sure? Great idea. No, I'm just kidding. Gotcha. Okay. Are you sure? Gotcha. Whatever you say. As long as you pay me.
Attention.
Roger that.
Building
Great.
completed.
Gotcha. You called that.
From the west. Well, the west could either be very good or hilariously bad.
You. Gotcha.
Commander? Understood.
Okay, I I. That's also very upsetting. Very bad if I build something like this and then people get to just suddenly start punching on the walls. So best case scenario, west means here. Actually, it's very funny that it like always comes through the Doomtown, eh? Apparently it means somewhere else to the west here.
Attention. Building completed.
You call that a plan?
Attention. Building completed.
Yes. Roger that. Are you sure? You order, you pay. Gotcha. Whatever you say. As long as you pay me. Okay. I hope you're not wasting my time. What? Roger that. You order, you pay. I hope you're not wasting my time. Okay.
Does it look like it's coming through the Doomtown, y'all?
Yeah, roger that. Yeah, great. Yeah, roger that. Yes.
Attention. Building completed.
Okay. Yeah, great.
It does.
Roger that. Are you sure? Yeah, roger that. You order, you pay. Okay.
Close enough to attract some Doomers? Probably, but this is going to be fine.
Okay, let's do this. Okay, gotcha. Okay, great. Roger that. Okay, are you sure? Gotcha. Okay, are you sure?
See, the thing is, if I can get them to bend,
Are you sure? Yeah, roger that.
then we have no issue. The issue is, of course, noise. And the biggest issue, the biggest noise, I believe, is the noise of zombies punching the walls. Like everything else here is easy peasy.
Okay,
Couple of ballistas firing. Ah, that's nothing. All right. Huge. So the next thing we need to do is we need to very quickly seal off the remainder of the base. Because zombinis are going to start hammering on our walls pretty quick here.
a new task. Gotcha. What? Okay, great.
That side sealed. The only weak point I have currently is the north.
Roger that.
But we're going to be fixing that shortly. And then we spam our econ a little bit more. So one of the things I'm also trying to do here is pull.
Yeah. Roger that.
I don't think we're making enough noise over there to pull the whole Doomtown yet. No, I don't think so.
Completed.
Great.
We've already done a pretty good job of pulling over here, so I'm building that one last. How are we doing today? Very good run so far, Gusta. Very, very, very strong run so far. We tanked our economy a little bit. I still build too many towers because, you know, I'm still just learning this game.
You again. You are gonna pay me for this, right? Are you sure? Great. You again. Yes. Okay. Yes. Great.
Like, I could even move forward a lot more aggressively here. which is kind of cool.
Are you sure? Okay, yeah.
Attention. Building
Whatever you
completed.
say, as long as you pay me. You are gonna pay me for this, right? What do you want now? A new task.
Attention. Building completed.
Yeah, let's see how we're doing over here. This is extremely cheeky, but I think I could even build a
Attention. Building completed.
no, power over there is too cheeky. Too cheeky. Too much cheek.
Are in trouble.
What's up? Any infected around? What do you want now? Gotcha. What? Aren't there other units to bother?
Yeah, I can move way further forward here.
What's up? Any infected around? Oh, here we go again. Whatever you say.
Let's do a little pole dance over here.
Yes.
Oh, I don't want to go too far forward, actually. I just realized that's where giants and mutants are, and this is a giant open field.
Gotcha. Yeah. You again. What? Gotcha. Yeah.
So I think we move up to the coast there, and then we just about stop.
Great. Gotcha. Whatever you say, as long as you pay me. Gotcha. Whatever you
Attention.
say,
Building
as long as you
completed.
pay me.
Yeah, no. I wanted to run up and grab that power, but I think that might be too greedy.
Okay. Are you sure? Yes. Great. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Gotcha. Yeah. Are you sure? You are
Okay, I should get the power plant cooking.
I hope you're not wasting my time. Gotcha. Yeah.
Need to get this metal going, and so if I want metal, I need to be up to there. What are you making me currently? You're making me 80 bucks. Okay, I don't think it's worth it to destroy that. So if you're going there, that means I can put this here, which means this is in the wrong spot.
What? What do you want now? Oh, more orders. Are you sure? Yeah. What do you want now?
Nope, that is off by some uncountable number, chat.
A new task. You again.
Attention. Building.
I said it was an uncountable number. That number could mean anything. All right, hold on.
Attention. Building completed.
Okay, let me research the power plant here, because that seems to be the big issue, is less so than farms. Oh, my economy is in shambles here. Please hold.
This better be good.
Attention. Building completed. Attention. Building
What's up?
completed.
Any infected around?
Attention. Building completed.
So we were doing good, and I've lost a lot of the momentum with my turtling, which is kind of unfortunate.
Attention. Building completed.
Let's try and really quickly get back up into like $600, and then we'll try and go from there.
Attention. Building completed. Attention. Building completed. Attention. Building completed. Attention. Building
There we go. It doesn't take a tremendous amount of time, but it takes some concerted effort. To be like, all right, just focus econ, you absolute melon.
Building completed.
Just outside of that. Okay. It's good to know. Need to build this tower next.
Sniper is ready.
Okay, then after this, it's time to start making...
Building completed.
After this, it's time to start making some troops.
What?
Attention.
Roger that.
Building completed.
Yeah. Is that all? So boring.
Units under
Okay, it's a little bit greedy. It's a little bit greedy. Oh, jeez.
You're gonna need it for this, right? Roger that. Great. Okay.
The first... Oh, it's dodging! Stop!
Okay. Let's do this. You order? You pay. I hope you're not wasting my time.
That's 3 giants on top of each other there.
Roger that. Are you sure? Yes. Are you sure? Yeah. Roger that. Great. Yeah. Roger that. Okay. Yeah.
We're playing with fire a little bit here, y'all.
Yeah.
I just need you to know that I know that I'm playing with fire here a little bit.
Oh, more orders. Great. Gotcha. Whatever you say. As long as you behave.
Attention. Building
Okay.
completed. Attention.
What do you
Building
want now?
completed.
Okay. Okie dokie.
Your colony needs a man.
4 more snipers. Well, we got our first 6 snipers, chat. Pog.
What? You again? What? I hope you're not wasting my time. Okay. What do you want now?
My mares have been pretty trash.
Let's go.
Let's get this down now. Wait, hold on. Oh my god. Oh my god. Really? I'm gonna lose my mind. It's literally where I need the other building to be.
Oh, more orders. A new task. What? Oh, more orders.
I'm so upset with myself right now. All right, wait for this next wave. Get the power plant going next.
Attention. Building completed.
Next wave, power plant, then troops. All right?
Attention. Building completed. Attention. Building completed. Attention. Building completed. Attention. Building completed.
Gotcha.
All right. Ogie. You in the range of that? You are. Sick.
Attention. Building completed. Attention. Building completed. Attention. Building completed.
You again.
Attention. Building completed. Attention. Building completed. Attention. Building completed.
Do you need me?
Okay. Econ time. Let's get that power plant. Power plant and then bank. And then homes.
Dozens of infected
South.
on the colony.
South is here or here.
Approaching from the south. Attention. Building completed. Attention. Building completed.
I want to build 2 of these.
Building completed.
Probably have to delete this.
You are gonna pay me for this, right?
Okay, 50-50. It's either coming from the left or the right. That's how 50-50s work, Serge. Very good. Now, the nice thing is I don't have to worry about a mutant on this side, which actually means I'm a little bit worried about this mutant just showing up and killing me for no reason. So
Attention. Building completed.
maybe I'm actually supposed to build over here first.
Attention. Building completed.
Looks like it's coming to the right this time, not through the Doom Town. Wow, what a treat. Imagine this. Go with me on this journey, Twitch chat. A zombie wave that doesn't run through the Doom Town.
Building completed.
Dreams do come true. I'm going to put the power plant right here. It's going to cost me 50 wood and 800 gold.
A new task. What? You order?
Let's do a little pre-pull.
Okay. Yes. Great. Okay. It's gonna cost you double. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Tell me. But be quick. Yeah. Gotcha. Yes. Great. Okay.
Oh, the rare Serge delete.
Are you sure? Roger that. Great. Okay. Roger that. Yeah. Okay. But it's gonna cost you double.
Attention.
Yeah.
Building completed.
Gotcha. Yes.
Keep your eye on that wave, chat.
Okay. Gotcha.
Do you think it's turning on us? Ooh, that's interesting.
Yeah. Okay. What?
Ooh.
Hope you're not wasting my time.
I got bad news.
Better be good. Gotcha.
Oh, I got very bad news.
What? You are gonna pay me for this.
I got you baited. Oh no. Oh no. It went a different direction.
Great.
The walls are under attack.
Yes. Great. Roger that. Okay. Roger that. You order, you pay. Yes. Roger that. Yeah. Gotcha. Okay. Let's do this. Roger that. What? Gotcha.
They are trying to break through.
Let's do this. Roger that. Okay.
Our forces
Come on. Micro.
Okay.
Micro.
I hope you're not wasting my time. Okay. Great. Yes. Great.
Let's go.
Roger that. Oh, here we go.
It's very important as you're microwing to scream micro.
Who do you want to punish?
All right, who do you think? Who do you think is the most dangerous? I think it's these mutants. I think I need to clear this side first, y'all. Did I even learn how to make snipers yet? I had. Okay, good. Good. I did. God, could you imagine if I hadn't?
Attention. Building completed.
Let's get the bank going next.
Building completed.
I feel like I just need to really focus on my micro for a second. Yo, what's up, Mondame? Mondame. Yondame!
Attention. Building completed.
Hope you're doing well. Appreciate the support. Okay, let's do bank next. Okay, next thing I need to do, I need to start pre-pulling here.
Hope you're not wasting my time. Roger that. You order, you pay. Okay, yeah. What do you want now? Okay, great. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah.
I'm realizing that at literally any second now,
Roger that.
Building.
we could pull one of these mutants.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Are you sure?
So what we're trying to do is inevitably when these mutants show up, we want to have as few zombies as possible.
Gotcha. Roger that. Yes. Great.
Our soldiers are in trouble.
This better be good. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Yes. Sounds interesting.
I need to be careful I don't go too far because I might accidentally grab a giant and then we just die. Oh, good morning, Lady Mix. The billions, you know, big chillin'. They love being here.
Any infected around? Okay. Sounds interesting. It could be worse. You again. Gotcha. Are you sure? Gotcha. Roger that. Yeah.
Yeah, first run of the day.
Yeah. Roger that. Okay. Roger that. Gotcha. Great.
Attention.
Yeah.
Building
Great.
completed.
Okay. Yeah. Great. Gotcha.
Okay, let's start pulling from up here now.
No, I'm just kidding. Great. You order, you pay. Are you sure? Yeah. You hold that plan. Yeah.
The bank is not quite done yet.
A new task. Is that all? So boring. Great. Yes. You again. Okay. A new task. Yeah.
Attention.
Okay.
Technology research finished.
Gotcha.
What does a bank cost? Next tick.
Yeah. Are you sure? Yeah.
Attention.
Yeah.
Building
Great.
completed.
Yes. You hold that plan. Yeah. Yes. Great. Okay. Roger
Units
that.
under attack.
Okay. Gotcha. You hold that plan. Okay. You again. Yes. Okay. Okay. It's gonna cost you double. Okay. Gotcha. Is that all? So boring. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Roger that. Great.
think
Sounds interesting. It could be worse.
I think we're doing all right. Right? I think we're doing all right. Crap, I just spent all my wood. Remember that wood I was saving up for the bank?
Great.
Because I didn't.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Attention. Building completed.
All right. All right, everybody. This is it. It's time. I could probably scooch this tower out a little bit. It's time for Operation,
Attention. Building
probably after the wave. Time for Operation Kill the Mutant.
You are gonna pay me for this, right? Yeah.
Let's pull a little bit in here now.
Great. Roger that. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Are you sure? Yeah. Roger that. Are you sure? You
Attention.
hold that.
Building completed.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Hello?
Roger that. Gotcha.
These stupid things have a chance to dodge attacks as well. What's the Doomtown repair situation look like? Ongoing. I replaced the spike traps.
Great. Yeah. Roger that.
And then, you know, they'll slowly get punched. As far as the like the slow whittle down of damage goes, I'm not too concerned.
A new task. Are you sure? Yeah.
Yeah, the chip damage isn't going to be what gets us. It's going to be one concerted thing, so we don't have to worry about like maintaining that, if that makes sense.
The walls are under attack.
All right. Okay, that should be 6 more snipers. I think when I have about 40 is when I'll be ready to kill. I guess the next thing I need is going to be... Oh, I don't have any stone. That's bad.
What do you want? Gotcha.
Last night I dreamt of brains exploding.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Great. Sure. Great idea.
Are you stone?
I'm just kidding. You order?
Attention.
No, you're gold and wood.
Okay. Great.
Attention.
So yeah, stone houses is not a good idea. Stone walls isn't even a good idea. I think I need to push out to here, actually.
A new task. Okay. Yes. Oh, here we go again. Yeah. Is that all? So boring. A new task. Yeah.
All right.
Roger that.
On your orders.
What do you want now? Great. Gotcha. Okay,
sniper is
let's
ready.
do this. Great.
Let's do one more big pull here.
Yeah. Yes. Great. Yeah. Are you sure? Roger that. Gotcha. Yes. Gotcha. Roger that. This better be good. I hope you're not wasting my time. Yeah. What? Okay.
All right.
Gotcha.
I'm going to kill them all, sir.
Gotcha. Are you sure? Roger that. Okay. Are you sure? You order? You pay.
Attention.
Yeah.
Building
Are you sure?
completed.
Yes. Okay.
Oh, you know what? Actually, I should make the zap tower.
Sure. You order? You pay. Yes.
Sniper is ready.
Okay.
That's the real answer. So anytime you want to hold an area,
Okay.
you should actually pull past where you want to hold from, right? Like if I want to mine and grab these resources, I should pull through to here.
Yeah. You hold that. And
Attention. Technology research
are
finished.
you sure? Okay. Are you sure? Gotcha. Okay. Are you sure? Sounds interesting. It could be worse. Are you sure? Okay. Gotcha. Great. Yeah. Roger that.
Also, I could put a second warehouse here if I grab all this.
Yeah. Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. Great. Gotcha. What? I hope you're not wasting my time. This better be good.
Orders, sir. Of course.
Hey, Happy Pants. Thank you so much for the 100 biddies. What's your blood type?
And you
I guess yours is a type O. Blood type. Uh-huh. Thank you for the 100 bits, friend.
Yeah. What's up? Any infected around? What? Oh, here we go again. A new test. What's up? Any infected around? Yes. What?
All right, let's keep doing science here. I'm going to buy the stone wall. And the other thing I could do is I could just start capping on stone, right?
Attention. Building completed.
Do you need me?
What do you want now? Yes, tell me. But be quick.
Sniper is ready.
Digging the cozy vibes today, right? So what I want to do is I want to push up to here.
Orders, sir.
Sounds interesting.
Because I want this gold.
Sniper is ready.
Building completed.
Sniper is ready.
18 snipers. 19 snipers.
You are gonna pay me for this, right? What? This better be good.
Attention.
What?
Building completed.
Sniper is ready.
Attention. Building completed.
A new test.
Attention. Technology research finished.
Just tell me what to do.
Gotcha.
Sniper
Take
is
my
ready.
arrows.
Attention.
Faster than my
Building
bow.
completed.
What?
Is
A
everything
horde of
okay?
infected are on their way.
From the north.
They are approaching from the north.
Better be good. What? Yes. Order.
Sniper is ready.
Require additional chop chop. Plan on once this is sealed.
Oh, more orders. A new test. Yeah.
So the issue with the north is it might just trundle in to here.
Attention. Building completed.
I think I have to go further up than that. I think I need to get another tower in here. In order to make that happen, I can't delete my current tower. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
You again. Yes. Great. What? Okay.
trundle is a great word. Thank you.
Attention. Building completed.
What? You are gonna pay me for this, right? You order, you pay.
I'm not quite ready to destroy everything there, but I'm getting close. I'm gonna slap that down there. I'm maybe getting a little bit overexcited. I haven't even defended it yet. I'm building these farms. Okay, let's stop that for now. I also want to build the farms out from this direction first. I need to make sure I leave room for myself to actually build the stone here as well. Because remember, the reason we came here in the first place was to get stone, right? Everything else is just gravy. Okay, let's do another. Oh, speaking of stone. Oh, wait, I don't know if I can go up that high. I think that is actually just the giant.
Roger that. Okay, great. This better be good. Yes. Okay. Yes.
Attention.
Okay.
Building
Gotcha.
completed.
Yeah. Great. Yeah. Roger that.
Sniper is ready.
Okay. Are you sure? Gotcha. Oh, here we go again. Are you sure? Yeah. Okay.
All right, everybody. You ready to hold?
Great. Are you sure? You order? Okay. Yeah. Roger that. Yes. Roger that.
They are trying to break through.
Yeah. Order?
Our defenses are
Okay.
being
Are you
attacked.
sure? Gotcha. You are gonna pay me for this, right?
They are attacking colony defenses.
Commander?
What? Oh, more orders.
Is everything okay?
This is bad.
The walls are under attack.
Commander?
This is really bad.
Gotcha. Whatever
They
you
are
say.
trying to break
As long
through.
as you pay me. Yeah.
Our defenses are being attacked.
Great. Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's a good amount, actually. That's a good amount that can hit there. As soon as my second ballista gets built, we're big chillin'. Now,
Great. Okay. Great. Last night.
Attention. Building completed.
Are you sure?
so the thing we need to worry about here
Under attack.
Okay.
is the mutant.
Yes. Are you sure? Yes. Gotcha. Roger that. Gotcha.
Our forces are in danger.
As long as you pay me. I hope you're not wasting my time. Okay. Are you sure? Gotcha. A new task. Yeah. Roger that.
Careful, my snipers have started shooting enemies.
Yeah.
It's not great.
Great. Are you sure? Yeah.
They are trying to break through.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's fine. It looks like we're holding. It looks like we're holding. Holding moly. All right.
Attention. Building completed.
Great.
Our defenses are being attacked.
This better be good. Your order, you pay.
Okay, we're still doing it. We're still doing it. We're still holding. Whew. 27 snipers should do it. The problem is it's not going to be 1. It's going to be 3 mutants. I agree that that could do damage to 1 mutant. Except when we pull here, it's going to be 3, right? So let me consolidate this side first. And then we rundle. Rundle. Okay, there's some stone. Soon. We're so close. We're so close. If you don't clear out the mutants, on the final wave, every single enemy on the map pulls simultaneously.
Attention. Building completed.
Sniper is ready.
Attention. Building completed.
All right, we have 9 stone, which is terrible.
Attention. Building completed.
What? You are gonna pay me for this, right? Gotcha.
Let's go.
My rifle is ready.
31 snipers. All right, we're getting close. We're getting close.
Attention. Building completed.
I guess I'm going to put another power plant there.
Building completed.
Yes, sir. What to kill?
Search field.
Using my stone there for that.
Attention. Building completed.
Okay, y'all ready? Because I think it's sniper. I think it's mutant killing time, y'all.
What? Are you sure? A new task. Great idea. No, I'm just kidding. What do you want?
Our soldiers are in
Okay.
trouble.
Yes, gotcha.
Still just trying to pre-pull a little bit here.
Great.
I need to explode a skull. Nice target.
What? What do you want now? Are you sure?
Who do you want me to punish?
You order, you pay. Great. Okay, are
Attention.
you sure?
Building
Roger that.
completed.
You are gonna pay us, right? Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Are you sure?
Attention. Completed.
Are you sure? Gotcha. Are you sure? You order, you pay. Great. Yeah.
I need to explode a skull.
This better be good. What's up? Any infected around? You are gonna pay me for this, right? This better be good. Okay. Are you sure? Yes.
Yeah, I tried to do a big pre-pull in this area already, so hopefully...
Great. Yeah.
Oh, we have our first spitter here. That's exciting.
Gotcha. What do you want now?
Good luck. You're all counting on me. Thank you.
Roger that. Yes. Okay.
Where is this first mutant? Come on, man. Hello?
Sure. Yes. Yeah. You hold that.
I'm making so much noise.
You again. Great. Yeah. Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. Whatever you say. As long as you pay me. Roger that. Great.
Attention.
Yeah.
Building completed.
You hold that, man. Roger that. You are the leader, right?
There we go. There we go. There we go.
As long as you pay me. Are you sure?
They are attacking the colony defensive.
Roger that. Are you sure?
Run, you fool! Flee!
Great.
Our forces
Aw, man.
remain-
Okay, one down.
You again. Yeah. Okay. Are you sure? Great.
Oh, here comes number 2.
And gotcha. Okay.
Our soldiers are in trouble. The walls are under attack. The colony is under attack.
Number 2. We should be able to hold. Simply send in a Titan. I have no Titans. How did that quarry get infected? What quarry?
Attention. Building completed.
One of these quarries got damaged. I don't know if it did it get infected. So one of the scary things about the mutants is they have an AoE cleave. So when they hit stuff, oh, did it actually like break this one and then I got zombies on the inside? That's interesting.
Attention. Building completed. A horde of infected are on their way.
All right, let's wait for this wave to end and then it's time to start pushing again.
Just give me something to shoot.
A new task.
Attention. Building
Looks like they're going to be attacking from the north, which is here.
Death. Lovely death.
Happened basically immediately and it got dealt with. That's cool. Good job, everybody. All right, where do I want to expand to? I think I want to go this way. I think I just want to push up to here and grab all of this.
to break through.
No Titans? Yeah, not yet. I'm a little bit behind on my research. This is one of the things that I've been trying to work on getting better at.
You again. Roger that. Yeah. Yes. That's better than good. Yeah.
Is this the start of the wave already, or no?
Are you sure? Okay.
No, this is just a random whatever. You know what I might have to do, actually? I might have to go to the south.
Okay. Gotcha.
I might have to go here.
Building completed.
So. Gotcha. Whatever you say. As long as you pay me. Okay. Yeah. Roger that. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Roger that. Yeah.
I need to explode this car.
Can somebody please kill these spitters? Oh my god. Oh!
Okay, great. Yeah,
Well, it's time to sacrifice you.
great. Yes,
I need to bring you in so that my snipers can kill the mutant.
yeah, great. Yes, great. Yeah, gotcha. Roger that. Okay,
The walls are under attack.
great idea.
You two just go closest.
You again. Roger that.
Our forces are in danger.
Yeah. Are you sure? I hope you're not wasting my time. Are you sure? Okay, yes.
Alright, good job.
Whatever you say. As long as I know.
Last night I dreamt of brains exploding. Let's go.
Is everything
They
okay?
are trying to break through. Attention. Building completed.
Just guide me to the infected.
Better than putting a bullet through some brains.
Come on. For the humans!
Yes, tell me what to kill.
Understood.
Nice target. Dead. Lovely dead. Sniper is ready.
Killed a bunch of them mutants. We're doing great. Thank you.
Sniper is ready.
Attention. Building completed.
What do you want now?
Attention.
Better be
Building
good.
completed. Attention. Building completed.
Who do you want me to punish? Sniper is ready.
Just guide me to the infected. Commander?
Another mutant.
Defenses are being attacked.
Come on.
Can we take a second to appreciate getting those walls up in time? Huge. Oh god.
Are in trouble.
Understood. On your
They are attacking the colony defenses.
Understood. Come on.
I didn't expect two mutants.
Units under attack. Walls are under attack.
Ready?
Fall back, chat. Fall back. You can do this, I believe.
Sniper is ready.
And another mutant. DJ Khaled.
Attention. Building completed.
So I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to wall this off and then just go in literally any other direction. You know?
Sniper is ready.
Attention.
What does it take to drop a giant? Probably a Titan. Okay. Next thing I need to do is I need to get this foundry down. 3,000 gold. Okay.
Attention.
To kill
Building completed.
like a snake with its prey. Death. Lovely death. Yeah.
A new task.
Attention. Building completed.
Let's go.
Ooh, is this a pocket? It might be a pocket.
Waiting on orders. Do you need me? Just tell me what to do.
Just give me something to shoot. So many targets, gotta love it. Yes, tell me
Attention.
what sniper
Building
is ready.
completed.
Death, lovely.
Our forces are in danger.
Do you want me to vanish? Worry about
Yo, what's up, Lawful Newt?
my rifle is ready.
Oh, here we go again.
Death, lovely death.
Attention. Building completed.
Sniper is ready.
At your service.
Is there deliberately a hole in my north wall? I mean, I'm not too worried about much of these things, if I'm honest. Oh, I'm out of wood.
Any orders?
Need to kill something. So many targets, gotta love it.
A new task. Gotcha. Whatever you say.
Building completed.
Sniper is ready.
Attention. Building completed.
Okay, the giant is like right here, which is a horrifying revelation.
Building completed. Attention. Building completed.
Orders, sir.
Attention. Building completed. Attention. Building completed. They are trying to break through.
Sniper is ready.
Yo, cat pasta. What's up, friend?
Attention. Building completed. A horde of infected are on their way. They are approaching from the east.
The east is incredibly awkward. The east is incredibly awkward. Because the east could be here, but more likely the east is here.
Yes, tell me what to kill. Right. My rifle is ready. Yeah. Who do you want me to punish?
That also means I'm almost certainly going to pull this mutant. Which is also incredibly awkward.
Tell me your darkest thoughts. I need to kill something.
You believe in me? Yo, what's up, Bathroom Bruce? Did you send me that email? I'm going to apologize and say that my email is kind of a black hole right now. Also, what's up, friend? All right, well, they're arriving.
Technology research finished.
Your sniper at your service. Tell me your target's thoughts.
Attention. Building complete. They are attacking the colony defenses.
Yeah, you're fine. Walk it off.
Who do you want me to pass? Sniper is ready.
The walls are under attack.
Where are we hitting? I think we're hitting here. Yeah.
Building completed. They are trying to break through.
I'm not going to get there in time.
Our defenses are being attacked. They are attacking the colony defenses. Our buildings are being attacked.
I think I needed a zap tower by now. Did I have the technology for a zap tower? I did not. Yeah, I think even without the mutant, we were dead here.
Break into the buildings. They are trying to break through. Our colony is succumbing to the
Yeah.
infection.
I think this is going to be a GG here, y'all. Like I could try and hold.
Are being attacked. The infection is spreading across the colony. They are attacking the colony defenses. The colony is under attack.
Like I don't know if I can hold this. Oh, especially with the second mutant coming in. No, with the second mutant, that's too bad. Hey, whatever. This is our first run of the day. Not bad. So the issue here was
They are trying to break through.
we're a little bit stone pinched.
To break into the buildings.
I'm going.
Our defenses are being attacked. The colony
And then I think I made the mistake of trying to move in two different directions at the same time. Like I think this would have been great, but I think this should have been my second push.
they are infecting our buildings.
I think maybe just securing this because it was a little bit weak, right? Like this whole area was precarious.
Our buildings
Is day 51 a new record? That's cool. That's very exciting. Yeah, this side was great. This side was a little bit weak. This side had so much potential, right? Can you imagine if we had managed to move our defensive line? I mean, these giants. How close were they? It looked like one of them walked away.
is under attack.
If you've never seen a giant before, chat. Oh, never mind. All right, pardon me. I'm going to take a quick bio break. Oh, that was a good run. That was a good run. Quick bio break. Get up, have a stretch, have a bend, cycle your fluids, and then let's try again. We're learning. We're getting better. I'm excited. All right, BRB. What up? Yeah, I guess we've learned that we need a shock tower for that wave, for sure. For sure. I mean, yes and no, actually, Silence. So the other thing that could have helped us there was, let's say if that was on the west side, if I had room to kite, I could have pulled them around and bent them. Yeah, the eastern side was really tough just because it was such a huge choke point and we didn't have any AoE for it. But that's okay. Another mistake that I made that game was not getting science moving fast enough. Either way, we're like, every mistake I feel that we're making is like another step further. I feel like we're constantly learning. And that's good. You know, because I only have 250 hours in this game. Rookie numbers, right? God, this game is so good. Happy Sunday, everybody. Hope you're all chilling. I hope you're partying like a rock star. Hope you're having a fantastic weekend. Oh. Pros. Look at how open this map is. Cons. Look at how little wood we have.
So tired. Last night was amazing.
Is this a pocket?
All right. All the way.
Yeah. Roger that. Gotcha.
Waiting on orders.
Aren't there other units to bother?
Oh my god, it's a pocket too. Okay.
All the way. Great idea, sir.
So tired.
The fact that this is a pocket is intriguing.
Yeah.
Attention.
Let me
Building
narrow in
completed.
ten. Roger that. Faster than my bow. Taste my arrows. You again. My bow is ready. Right between
Are you kidding me? Is the Doomtown here?
Let's go.
Our soldiers are in trouble.
straight to the heart. What? You again. So tired.
No, I really need to delete that voice line. Well, there's so many resources like right here.
Building
Straight to
completed.
the heart. Right between
Units
the
under attack.
My bow is ready.
Attention. Building completed.
Yes.
Great idea, sir.
Our forces are in danger.
Faster than my bow. Let me put an arrow in his head. You again. Roger that. Okay.
Okay, so there's wood down here, which means we have a chance.
Other units to bother. Gotcha.
The other thing that's really funny is I could put all my research buildings in this little pocket here, right? Huge thing is stone, which is pretty cool.
Vote for your mayor.
Bonus ballista. Bonus ballista is kind of interesting.
Yes.
Attention. Building completed.
Orders, sir. For the colony!
What do you want
Attention.
now?
Building completed.
Was that the wave that killed us yesterday as well? It might have been actually, yeah. Yeah. Ah, man, it feels really weird to put this in here. Maybe I'll do that later for a different tech building. No. Let's put it there, because I think if I can put the wood workshop right there, I'm going to laugh forever. It's going to feel so incredible.
You are gonna pay me for this, right?
Let's go.
Attention. Building completed.
Any orders? orders, sir. Understood.
Having this wood within reach here is so cool.
Whatever you say, as long as you pay me.
Attention.
Okay.
Building
It's
completed.
gonna cost you double.
All right, just need a little bit more money.
Pay me for this, right? A new tax. Gotcha. You again. You order, you pay.
Units under attack.
Right. In the eyes. Are you sure?
All right, please. Yes. Oh, I'm so glad that fits there. That's so stupid. You have no idea how happy that makes me.
Aren't there other units to bother? My bow is ready. Yeah, gotcha. What? Yes. Gotcha. This better be good.
Actually, wait, hold on. Is this a pocket?
Right to the heart.
Is it a pocket? Y'all. Hey. Hey. Hey.
Yes.
There's our wood.
Great. Are you sure? What? Yes.
Commander? On your orders. Sorry, sir. I was cleaning my weapon.
Yes.
Our forces are in danger.
Quick. Let me put an arrow in his head. Are you sure? Yes. Take my arrows. Gotcha. Yes. Great. Okay. Sounds interesting. Yes. What? My bow is ready. A new task. Yeah. What's up? Any infected around? Great. Are you sure?
Attention.
Great.
Building completed.
Attention. Building completed.
Waiting on orders.
Eventually,
Yeah. Faster than my bow.
I'm going to need to move an arrow friendo to the north.
You again.
You know what? Let's do that right now.
Gotcha. Yes. Okay. Roger that.
Attention. Building
Yes.
completed.
Okay. Yes.
What the?
Are you sure?
You know what? Incredible amounts of space.
Attention.
Gotcha.
Building completed.
So that's worth 6. I'm a little bit worried about right here. There's a chance a zombie can punch me through that gap. So I'm going to go with the 9 here. And then I can build a 12 that, oh my God.
You are gonna pay me for this, right? I hope you're not wasting my time.
Units under attack.
Let's go.
Yeah. Yes. Oh, more orders. What do you want now?
Any updates since last year? The funny nerd, this game has not been touched in ages. But it is still a banger game.
Great.
Just guide me to the infected.
Attention.
Are you sure?
Building completed.
Yeah. You are gonna pay me for this, right?
2 fairly big stone thingies for later. Yeah, that's good. That's huge for us.
Great.
This one makes me extremely happy. I could probably get 2 stone chops on that. Gonna save my resources for now. Actually, not quite. I'm gonna build some more homes as soon as soon as these 2 get built.
You are gonna pay me.
Because that's gonna pay for itself in the long run.
Better be good. What? Gotcha.
Ready and waiting. Come on.
Yes. Yeah.
If I get some early metal, this could be a soldier push.
Research finished.
What's up?
Attention.
Any infected?
I mean, there's some metal right there. Just because I have so much room and I don't have to worry about pulling mutants, right?
You again.
I don't know if I have to worry about any enemies right here. I sure do.
Are in trouble.
This better be good. Let me put an arrow in his head. infected around? Yeah. What do you want now? Gotcha.
Any orders? Understood.
This seems like another excellent spot. What's happening here?
Great idea. No, I'm just kidding.
Seems like another excellent spot for some farms. Actually, I could put a really good warehouse down here too.
Attention. Building completed.
Get power. That's a good 3x3. I want to leave that for now.
Aren't there other units to bother?
Attention.
Oh, more
Building completed.
Tell me. For the colony!
Attention. Building completed.
A building completed. I'll probably try and build a warehouse around here somewhere. I want it to hit this and this.
A new task. Straight to the heart.
I don't want to grab that wood, but I do want to grab that stone.
Yeah. Roger that. Okay. Yes. This better be good. Okay.
Just guide me to the infected.
Attention. Building completed.
What do you want now? Faster than my bow. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Let's do this.
Very good stuff so far. This game really makes you appreciate just how many a billion is. You know what? You're so right.
Gotcha. You hold that.
Our forces are in danger.
At your service. Of course, my commander.
Attention. Building completed.
What's up? Any infected around? Great. This better be good. You again? Yeah.
That's really funny. Turns out it's kind of a big number. Could put a little power thingy right in that corner too.
This better be good. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Roger that. Gotcha. Great. Roger that. A new task. Yeah.
Attention.
Do you need me?
Building completed.
My bow is ready. Gotcha. Yes. You are gonna pay me for this,
Our
right?
soldiers are
Let
in
me put
trouble.
an arrow in his head.
Attention.
Okay. Everybody fall back and oh crap. Chill for a second.
India. You again. Sounds
Units under attack.
It could be worse. Let me put an arrow in his head. Right. India.
Attention.
Straight to the
Building
heart.
completed.
Let's go. Perfect.
Everybody just chill for like 1 second, please.
My arrows.
Our forces are in danger.
Great. Are you sure? Gotcha.
Waiting on orders.
Jeez. Okay. Day 6. That's fine.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, here we go again. Great. Yes. What? Yeah.
I think winning a game at 900% means killing close to 10,000 zombies. I mean, the community's killed 2.5 billion now, right? Like that's such a big number. Okay, I need to get some more food in. Oh, 2.5 trillion is what they killed. You're right. You're right. You're right. That's a bigger number than what I said. Let's get... How's my wood production? It's up to 32. I'm about to start getting some stone. Let's just get spike trap for now. I really want this. I really want this, and then I want a warehouse. If a trillion is such a big number, why don't they just make a trillion 2? You mean like the sequel to Trillion? Trillion 2? But this time it's bigger? Like...
Paying for this, right? Yeah, gotcha. Right between the eyes. Straight to the heart.
Units under
Yes.
attack.
Yeah, great. I hope you're not wasting my time. Roger that. What?
Do you mean quadrillion? No, I'm pretty sure Paul means the sequel to Trillion. Trillion 2. If I know Paul, and I think I do. This is the same as, oops. Have you seen Spinal Tap? Paul's got big Spinal Tap energy. Why don't you just simply make 10 louder? What do you mean?
What?
My trillion, my billion goes to 11.
Sounds interesting. It could be worse. Okay. Gotcha.
Our forces are in danger.
You are gonna pay me for this, right?
Attention.
My bow
Technology
ready.
research finished.
Great. Gotcha.
You've never seen Spinal Tap. Yeah, that makes sense, I think.
Attention. Building completed. Attention. Building completed.
Choose your mayor.
All my buildings need 10% less energy is kind of incredible.
Yes. Chase my arrows. Gotcha. Okay. What? Yes.
All right, where are we now?
Attention. Building completed.
Yeah, let's let this chill a little bit here. Have I researched spike traps yet? I haven't. I have, which is good.
Chase my arrows. What? Is that all? So boring.
Yeah, I just have so much space here. I think I'm just big chillin' for a little bit. Learning the market, which is great. $400, that's respectable.
Attention. Building completed.
This better be good. Yes. Let me put an arrow in his head. Yeah. Are you sure?
So far, so good. Canonically, where are the survivors coming from if the entire area is surrounded by zombies? I did wonder, like, somebody joked that these are naturally occurring. And I did appreciate that. The lore in the campaign, which is not very good, by the way. The campaign of this game is not great. Is that all the survivors are, like, gathered under the weird human emperor who's, you know, doing his best to keep everyone alive. And they show up via a train. But that's only in the campaign that you have access to the train. How they get like airdropped into this area, I have no idea.
Technology research finished.
Yes.
Ghost train. I mean, could be. All right, I need to research cabins, and then I need to get up to 40 stone, which I have. All right, I have 40 stone.
What do you want now? Gotcha. Oh,
Attention.
more orders.
Building completed.
Oh,
Attention.
here we go
Building
again.
completed. Attention. Building completed.
I mean, all RTSs like fall apart when you think too hard. The humans pop up. Why do the zombies get harder the further out they get? Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, this kind of also just needs to be a game, right? This isn't a documentary. And these spike traps are really expensive, actually.
Soldiers are in trouble. Attention.
Oh, I just realized I have a ballista.
Attention. Building completed. Units under attack.
That is not the button I wanted to hit. Wow, you ever just fat finger a button? Oh my god. That was so bad. I'm like kind of upset with myself over just how bad that was.
You are gonna pay me for this, right?
Attention. Technology research finished.
Are you sure? Right between the eyes.
Attention.
Faster than my
Building
bow.
completed.
Great.
Now the upsetting part, the more upsetting part is I actually have to do it again. No, I can't build it yet, so just chill. 400 gold. It's more destructive, the infected or me just like hitting the delete button for no reason? Yeah, no kidding, eh? All right. Okay, we're about to have to deal with our first
What? My bow is ready.
Attention.
our first wave.
Completed.
Gotcha.
Feeling pretty okay here.
Attention.
Now you
Building
put an arrow in
completed.
his head. Great. Okay. What's up? Any infected around? Faster than my bow. My bow is ready. Great. Okay. You again. Taste my arrows. Great. Yeah. Right between the eyes. Great. Straight to the heart.
Our
Take
forces
my
are in
arrows.
danger.
Yes. What do you want now? You order, you pay. Oh,
Our soldiers are
God, I think with micro you attack almost 4 times faster.
great.
That's kind of wild.
Attention. Building completed.
What? Okay. Yeah.
Attention. Building completed.
I did express my interest in wanting a soldier center. And so if I build here and I get this later from the west is actually kind of huge for us.
They are approaching from the west.
So I need to... Oops.
Oh, more orders.
That was maybe not great.
What? Whatever you say. As long as you pay me. Yeah. Great.
Control Alt. Control All Delete. I dare you. How much? What's your dare? What's your bet? What, you think I'm chicken? You think I won't? 4 food for that fishing hut? Yeah, I think I'm okay.
A new task.
Attention. Building
Yeah.
completed.
Gotcha. Yes. Great. Yes. Yeah. Okay.
That is a lot more than I was ready for.
What? Gotcha. Okay. Let's do this. Great.
This was my pre-wave.
Okay, yeah, gotcha. Are you sure? Yes. You order, you pay. Are you sure? Right.
Oh, buckets.
You are gonna pay me for this, right? What do you want now? What? Roger that. Great. Are you sure? You hold that.
Units under attack.
Gotcha. Are you sure? Okay. Gotcha. You hold that. And okay.
It doesn't look good. It's fine, Paul. It's fine. It's fine.
No, I'm just kidding. Great.
That's why they call me the master of micro.
Yeah. Gotcha. You hold that. And Roger that. Faster than my bow. You are gonna pay me for this, right?
Well, that was spooky. All right. Warehouse.
Oh, here we go again. My bow is ready.
So I only hit one farm and one chop chop. I think that's okay.
You again. I hope you're not wasting my time. What? Okay, gotcha. What do you want now? Straight to the heart. What? Right in the eyes. You are gonna pay me for this, right?
Oh, what? You don't call me that? No, 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 no. Of course you call me that. Otherwise, where did that nickname come from? Duh. Okay, let's get Ballista.
Oh, more orders. You again.
Everyone calls me that.
Building completed.
What? Yeah.
Well, last game we were stone poor. This game they're like, nah, you're good. You're good, dog.
That's right. You order, you pay. Yes. Yeah. Great. Yes. Oh, here we go again. Yeah. Roger that. Okay. Great. Okay. Great. Gotcha. Are you sure? You order, you pay. Okay. But it's gonna cost you double. Yes. Yeah. Are you sure? Great.
Wait, you think I'm gonna make up my own nicknames in this economy? No, 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 no. Oh, good morning, Anime Kitty. Am I winning? I'm not yet. But that being said, I'm having some incredibly good games. And, you know, isn't that what really matters? What really counts? Oh, I can't put something there. That's too bad. Huh. I could go here. That's kind of a waste, actually. I can go here.
You again.
Our forces are in danger.
Oh,
Other units to bother? Let me put an arrow in his head. Taste my arrows.
Our soldiers are in trouble.
hoomst.
What?
Hoomst.
My bow is ready. You hold that, and
So the more I can push in this area,
Units under attack.
straight to the heart. Let me put an arrow
I can also, this is like the only wood I have access to in the entire world.
in my bow.
Attention. Building completed.
Great. What's up? Any infected around? You order, you pay. You again. Are you sure? Okay.
Every time you hear our forces in danger, you hear the Ralph Wiggum voice. Yeah, that's valid. That's valid. Okay, I want to secure this area, but then I want to get some soldiers in here. And I don't know what the best way to, what order to do that in. I think the next thing I'm going to need is the stone workshop. I also need some econ time. I need some econ time. Econ time needs wood. Okay, all right, so here's what we're going to do.
Building completed.
We're going to do both of these at the same time.
Building completed.
I think it's time for one more big spike trap pull.
Narrow in his head. Yeah. What? Gotcha.
At which point it's going to be time for
Man. Okay. Sounds interesting. It could be worse.
the gold mine.
Great idea. No, I'm just
I wonder if I pulled too much here this time.
okay. But it's gonna cost you double. Okay.
No.
Sure. Okay. Sounds interesting. It could be worse. What's up? Any infected around? Great. Gotcha.
Just tell me what to do.
Great idea. No.
Our forces are in danger.
Gotcha.
Really? You're not going to shoot anybody there, brother?
Gotcha. Okay. You call that.
We've got the spooky emotes enabled. Yeah, I always forget. For like,
Soldiers are in trouble.
Sounds interesting. It could be worse. What? Great. Yeah.
for like the first couple days of October, I always forget. And then my wonderful Joe will be like, "Hey Serge, don't we have like a bunch of seasonal emotes?" I'm like, "Oh yeah."
Gotcha. Faster than my bow. Right.
Units under attack.
I sure do.
Aren't there other units to bother? My bow is ready. Taste my arrows. What do you want now?
All right, one more big pull apparently, based on the fact that people heard those bullets and ran in.
Building completed.
Okay, gotcha. I hope you're not wasting my time. Okay, let's do this. Gotcha. Yeah. Aren't there other units to bother? Roger that. Yeah. Roger that. Great. Gotcha. Yes. Okay. Sounds interesting. It could be worse. Yes. Okay. But it's gonna cost you double.
What? One more soldier.
What? Okay. Great. Gotcha.
Tell me.
Are you sure? I hope you're not wasting my time.
Really? Can you not reach?
Yeah. Sounds interesting. It could be worse.
Our forces are in danger.
A new task.
Stop that.
Great.
Have you thought about just simply not being in danger? If I go here, 47 and... I can do 47 and 83. Which seems extremely cool. Not being in danger sounds like a not real thing in this game to do. That's fair.
What do you want?
We should just always be in danger. An important thing to note, before a building has yellow HP, one hit from a zombie will infect it. So you'll see me sometimes put my units in front. That's because they have HP that can absorb hits. The chances of getting 2 farms in here is pretty low. So I'm just going to take the 64.
So tired. Last night was amazing. Let me put an arrow in his head. Yeah.
Attention. Building
What do you
completed.
want now?
You know what? Let me put the ballista up here. I was trying to think of where I wanted the ballista to go, and I kept thinking I wanted it to the left, but that's where I'm going to be soldier pushing, right?
Taste my arrows. Roger that.
So if that's the case,
Yeah.
let's wall off this one vulnerable side that we have, right?
Just guide me to
Attention. Building
You are gonna
completed.
pay me for this, right?
Our soldiers
Faster
are
than
in
my
trouble.
bow. What? My bow is ready. You again. Great.
Attention. Building completed.
Okay, let's get the stone warehouse going. Let's try and upgrade some more houses.
What? Right between the eyes. Taste my arrow.
Attention. Building
Straight to the
completed.
heart. Gotcha. Let me put an arrow in his head. Faster than my bow.
Attention.
My bow
Building
is
completed.
ready. My bow
Micro, micro.
right between the eyes. Let me put an arrow in his head. Oh, here we go again.
Okay, I think I'm safe there.
Waiting on orders. Any orders? For the humans!
For the humans.
Commander, just guide me to the infected.
Attention. Building completed.
Is the bus something cool or just special scenery? A little bit of both. So some structures, so these structures will have permanent power upgrades available. The bus has 2 food crates available. I'm just being a little bit conservative and not grabbing those right now. Have we made another Titan yet? Not yet, Falpier, not quite. But welcome on in, friend. It's good to see you. All right, so the next thing we need to do, now that we've secured this side,
Waiting on orders.
so we need to get another wood chop going, right? It's one of the big reasons we built in here in the first place. Wait, am I too close? What are you? You're a 14. I could get an 8. So an 18 is obviously better than a 14. What if I deleted this? Oh, I can't build that because of bad guys.
Faster
Attention.
than my bow.
Building completed.
Gotcha. Taste
Attention.
my arrow.
Technology
Is
research
everything
finished.
okay? Reporting for duty. Any orders?
Our soldiers are in trouble.
Straight to the heart. Okay, let's do this. Yes.
On your orders. All right. Understood. On your orders.
Oh, you're so loud.
Tell me.
What?
Just tell me what to do.
You are gonna pay me for this, right?
Our forces are in danger.
We're dead.
Orders, sir. At your service.
So tired. Last night was amazing.
Our soldiers are in trouble.
Is ready. Yeah. Okay. Roger that.
Our buildings are being attacked.
Man. Things are going pretty well here. I decided I wanted to try and soldier push, but we're too close to the edge of the map.
They are trying.
And so the amount of noise that we made pulled in an early harpy. And I think that's a sort of thing that might have sometimes been manageable. But because of the micro that I was trying to do, of simultaneously soldier pushing and then also being curious about that,
Our buildings are being attacked.
Okay.
I don't even know where the Doomtown was.
Yes.
Units are,
Doomtown must have been this way.
they are trying to break into the building.
GG.
Are you sure? Gotcha.
Our
Okay.
forces are in danger.
Soldiers are hard to start without a small ranger force first. Nah, I think they're fine. I mean, again, I think it just had more to do with where we were on the edge of the map, right? Like if this was more of a natural center start, I think those soldiers would have been fine. Because you don't want to, I don't think you want to go rangers and then soldiers. I think if you're building rangers and then soldiers, you're kind of wasting economic potential. I think you either choose rangers or soldiers. But knowing when to push with soldiers, I think is the hard part. Oh, good morning, Andre. How are the billions doing? You know, overwhelming. Bad map. Bad map. I'm bad map. This game is hard. That's the fun part. Yeah. Because like we had a start the other day where we got 2 soldiers on our first mare, and with 3 soldiers, but in the safe inner circle, we had a really safe, really fast clear. This is...
Do you need me?
All right. Normally I would say no to this, but we have food right up here.
All right.
We have wood and food right over there, right?
I hope you're not.
Oh, and it's a pocket?
Great. Okay, but it's gonna cost you double. This better be good. What? You are gonna pay me for this, right? Yeah. Great. Gotcha. Great. Are you sure? Your order, you pay. What? Yes.
Tell me. Let's go. Of course. All the way.
Gotcha.
Where do I even build this starting structure? I can build
Do you need me?
barracks back that way.
Attention. Building.
I think I just build it right here.
Tell me.
Okay, let's do this.
This is kind of a cracked start.
Orders, sir. Perfect.
Attention. Building completed.
What are the milestones in the mayor piers? 30, 200, 600, 1200.
Turns out, a colony needs a mayor. Who knew?
Each hunter college gives you each hunter cottage gives you 3 additional food. That seems quite strong. I'm gonna wait to build that because I need to figure out where my
Understood.
chops are gonna go first.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Attention. Building completed.
I can do 8 and 9.
You again. Gotcha.
Do you need me? Come on.
You call that a plan? Yes. I mean, tax. You are gonna pay me for this, right? Is that all? Sold. Okay.
Alrighty. This isn't a great area for my starting homes. It's a little bit packed.
Waiting on orders.
Attention.
I think I probably want to push out in this direction in a little bit.
This better be good. Roger.
But this is just so safe to start with, right?
Attention.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Ready and waiting.
Okay. Gotcha. You call that a plan? What? Gotcha. You are gonna pay me for this, right?
Your parents tried to send you to Hunter College, but I ended up doing physics instead.
Building completed.
Is that, were they happy with that or disappointed?
I mean, tax.
Like, I don't know, maybe you came from a long line of hunters and they were really disappointed that you didn't take after the old family.
Take my arrows. Let me put an arrow in his head.
Yo, what's up, Drio? Thank you very much for the 74. Appreciate the heck out of you.
What? Yes. Yeah.
Wait, is that a pocket too? Ah! Oh my god! Oh.
Understood.
Aren't there other units to bother? What?
It's kind of weird that there's just a massive mountain range here, but you know what? Whatever.
You again. Yeah.
There's free power there. There's a bunch of metal there.
More orders. Okay. What? Great.
Actually, let's get a little bit closer here.
Okay. You are gonna pay me for this.
Can't wait for the inevitable betrayal of this map. What do you think the betrayal of the map is going to be, out of curiosity? How do you think this map hurts us?
Attention. Building completed.
What do you want now?
Like on which vertical?
Technology research finished.
Gotcha. Great. Yeah. You again. Let me put an arrow in his head. Yeah. This better be good. Gotcha.
You don't know, but your trust issues say it'll happen? I mean, that's fair. That's valid. All right. I don't have any power to build. Oh, I don't have anywhere to put a farm. Oh, hey, we found where the map is going to betray us. Food. Where?
Attention.
Where do I put my farms? Lamau.
What? My bow is ready.
That's just gold. Interesting. Will we have to fish instead? I don't see any water.
Yes.
I can get to this gold pretty quickly, which is cool.
Oh, more orders. Gotcha. Yeah.
And I can grab this to get this farm started, right?
Great.
I want that to be gold. I think we put the gold right there. Right? Yeah, that's got to be there. So if that's the case, where do my homes go? I think they start coming over here now. And the farm is just wood, right? Yeah.
A new task. Straight to the heart.
Oh, that's out of power range. I understand.
What do you want now? Faster than my bow. Oh, more orders. What? Are you sure? Yes.
Guide me to the effect.
Attention. Building completed.
A new task. Gotcha. What do you want now? You call that a plan? Yeah.
Eep.
Sir,
Yeah, getting over here, grabbing this food, grabbing this wood. Grabbing this gold actually is going to be huge too. I can get multiple gold farms going.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm a little bit worried about my gold economy currently.
Technology
Great.
research finished.
Roger that. Yes. You again. Faster than my bow.
Attention.
Let me
Building
put an arrow in
completed.
his head. Gotcha.
All right. I need to get that wood going as well.
Tell me. Come on.
What? Okay. Yes. Roger that. Yes.
Little bit nervous.
What? Great.
Attention.
Okay.
Building
What do you
complete.
want?
You know what? Let's...
Yes. Roger that.
Right, like, let's just check.
I hope you're not wasting my time.
I mean, what the... How?
Yes.
What?
Great.
This map. It might be really good.
Our soldiers are in trouble.
A new task. Taste my arrows.
Attention.
My bow is
Building
ready.
completed.
Right in the eye.
Units under attack.
Straight to the heart. Are you sure? Straight to the heart. Okay.
That was bad. I was animation canceling a whole bunch there. Okay, I need more wood.
Our forces are in danger.
I hope you're not wasting.
Yeah, we got water. We can do some fishing. It's true. It's true.
Better be good. Great.
That's a sawmill. I may have actually screwed up. Yeah, I blocked off that stone, and I don't know if I need it, but if I do need it, I have to destroy this farm, which is kind of annoying because I'm pretty wood poor right now. Getting the extra 8 wood is going to help us a tremendous amount, though. Get intel on the line the way Serge's micro be processing? What?
Our soldiers are in trouble.
Yes. Roger that. Okay.
Can each forest only be milled by a single thing? Yes. So all of the buildings that we have that are processing resources can never overlap their field of influence, if that makes sense.
Attention. Building completed. Attention. Building completed.
Oh, more orders. Yes. Is that all? So boring. Gotcha. Okay. Let's do this.
Attention.
Have we checked if that's a true pocket or if that small gap next to the forest is a potential problem? What small gap next to the forest? This is the pocket. This is the part that excites me. This is open. This is potentially very open. And then this is good enough to protect. So far, this is safe. And then we're pushing out in other directions. How's my tech doing? Pretty mid. Where are these homes going?
Attention.
What are we doing, Serge?
Attention. Building completed.
At your service. Perfect.
Gotcha. Great. Gotcha. Whatever you say, as long as you pay me. Yes. Is that all? So boring.
Attention. Building
Ready and
completed.
waiting.
Attention. Building completed. Attention. Building completed.
All right, I have no stone yet. I should fix that. That's a 3 quarry. That's a 1 quarry, 60 gold. Oh, that'd be a 4 quarry. I'm gonna start with the 1 quarry 60 gold because I'm greedy.
Attention. Building completed.
Do you need me?
Attention. Building completed.
There's a 4. There's a 4 there. Nice. Oh, good stuff. Unlike 2 fort, 4 core got removed from rotation. Oh, man.
Building completed.
That map was a banger, though.
Commander? Let's go.
Aren't there other
I feel like I need
Yeah.
a scout over here. A scout, a ranger over here.
Okay. You again. Gotcha. Great.
Attention. Building completed.
I just feel like the vision that I have
You call that a plan? Great.
makes me a little bit nervous.
Taste my arrows. Let me put an arrow in his head.
Ready and waiting.
You again.
Okay. Now I'm feeling a little bit safer. Waiting for that food to build in.
Attention. Building completed.
That makes me too nervous to build right now. Maybe it's fine?
Great.
Maybe it is fine. Hold on. Where's the next chop I can build? I think that one's more important.
Orders, sir. On your orders.
All right, there we go. This is our kingdom. I don't have a good place for a market. Maybe I'll push out this way, and then I will.
You are gonna pay me for this, right?
You'd want a little bit more repair vision, maybe? Maybe. I think I can put 4x4 right over there. Okay, let's get spike traps, and then I think this is a map where I need more soldiers.
Attention. Building completed.
Does somebody...
Hey, more soldiers.
Reporting for duty.
Attention.
Let's
Building
go.
completed.
That's really funny. Which side? I think I pushed down this way, actually.
Waiting on
Building
orders.
completed.
What? Roger that. Gotcha.
Tell me. All right.
Attention. Building
All the way.
completed.
Do you need me?
No, that's towards mutants. Never mind. This way it is. Good talk. Good talk, everybody.
Is everything okay? Come on. Great idea, sir. Do you need me? Just tell me what to do.
Attention. Building completed.
You are gonna pay me for this, right?
Do you need me?
Wonder if the Doomtown is to the west? I don't know. Yeah, we don't really have any idea where the Doomtown is right now, do we?
You order, you pay.
Units
At
under
your
attack.
service. Let's go. Do you need me? Tell me. Perfect. Great idea,
Attention.
sir.
Technology
All the
research
way.
finished. Our forces are in danger.
Orders, sir.
Did I learn the market already? I did. But I also decided I didn't know where I was going to put a market. What if I put it over here somewhere?
Oh, more.
Man, I don't know.
Yeah.
Building completed.
This is also kind of a hard map because I don't know where to go. It's so open, right? Like, look at this. If it wasn't for this giant oil spot in the very center here, I'd be pretty stoked about some other stuff.
Just guide me to the infected.
Attention. Building completed. Attention. Building completed.
What do you want now? What? Roger that. You are gonna pay me for this, right?
Any orders?
This better be good.
Kind of feel like I need another person over here.
Building
Orders, sir.
completed.
Understood.
Oh, our first veteran. Big. Let's rotate them around so someone else can become a veteran.
My commander.
Attention.
Any orders?
Building completed.
Okay, fall back a bit. You're making a lot of noise. Fall back.
Do you need me?
You know what? I've decided that I'm going to try and put the market right here. I think that was the correct decision. Actually, if that's the case, then I want this here.
You again. Great.
Attention. Technology research finished.
Tell me. Orders, sir.
Need another power thingy.
Attention. Building completed.
I could put a soldier center there, actually. That's a ballista. Right. I love when you have little places like that, right? I don't know about you, but finding places that have like a perfect home like that always makes me happy.
Attention. Building completed.
Ready and waiting.
There we go.
Roger that. You are gonna pay me for this, right? Aren't there other units to bother? What? Yeah.
Attention.
Okay, there's a mutant here.
Our soldiers are in trouble.
Gotcha.
At your service. Is everything okay?
Attention. Building
That will be
completed.
easy. Of course, my commander. All right.
Attention. Building
Okay, I've got my market down, which is going to be huge.
You are gonna pay me for this, right? Okay. I hope you're not wasting my time. Great. A new task. Yes.
Yeah, I guess those enemies are continuously getting closer. Oh, it doesn't fit there. That's depressing.
under attack.
What? Right between the eyes. Faster than my bow.
Nope, this is fine. This is fine. This is fine. That's why I put traps there.
Enemy defenses.
Ready and waiting.
Our forces are in danger. Attention. Building completed.
Waiting
Yes,
for
good.
orders. Ready and waiting. Understood. Orders, sir.
The walls are under attack.
Oh, I think this is going to be a really hard one. I don't have my first warehouse down either. Originally, I was thinking it'd be cool to save this spot for the next tech building, but if I put this... Actually, if I put it here, it's even better, because then I hit all of those. Why doesn't this work? Is it because of these helms? Well, eminent domain! Getting that down there is incredible, and then once the next science building's done, I will put it there. Could I put the soldier center here? I think I could.
What? Gotcha. Whatever you say. As long as you pay me.
All right, everybody just chill for a second here.
Trouble.
And you tell
Dozens of infected.
The east.
They are approaching from.
Well, that's not what I wanted. If I get rid of these, I could put a soldier center there, but then I lose value. Doesn't fit there either. I really want to save that. Y'all. Y'all. The east is really awkward here.
Building.
Don't understand building placement in this game. Some buildings you need... Why did that explode? Like, what? Why did that explode?
Gotcha.
Orders, sir. Come on. Tell me. Is everything okay?
Faster than my bow.
Our buildings are being attacked.
Taste my arrows.
Attention.
Let me put
Building
an arrow in his
completed.
head. A new task. Great.
Oh my god.
What? My bow is ready. Are you sure? Gotcha. You again.
Attention.
Okay.
Building completed.
Orders, sir. All the way.
What? Great.
Ready and waiting.
Are you sure? Straight to the heart.
Attention. Building
You
completed.
again. Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Straight to the heart. Taste my arrows.
They are trying to break through.
Let me put an arrow in his head. Faster than my bow. Roger that. Gotcha.
Attention.
Yeah. Okay.
Building
okay.
completed.
Let's do this. Yes. Sure. Okay. Roger that. Yes. Yeah.
Oh my god, that's a pocket.
You call that a plan? Great. Roger that.
Y'all.
Is that all?
Y'all.
Yeah. Order? Roger that. Yeah. And the attack.
service.
You'd call that the good wood pocket. It's a good name.
What do you want now? Let me put an arrow in his head.
Any orders?
My bow is ready. Yes. Right between the eyes. Great.
Reporting for duty. Is everything okay? Let's go.
Straight to the heart. Gotcha. Faster than my bow. Okay. Taste my arrows. Faster than my bow. A new task. My bow is ready.
$20 workers. Man, I don't have 20 workers. Better homes. God, these people want everything, don't they?
Straight to the heart. A new task. Right between the eyes. Let me put an arrow in his head.
At your service. Come on.
What? You are gonna pay me for this, right? Yes.
I feel like I need more people over here.
Is that all? So boring. A new task.
Attention.
Taste
Building
my arrows.
completed.
Commander? Tell me.
Yeah.
Attention.
Yes.
Building
Order,
completed.
You came. Gotcha. You call that a plan?
Unit
Okay, if I'm gonna soldier push here, give me a second.
Oh, here we go again.
Reporting for
Are you
duty.
sure? Gotcha. You call that a plan? Yes. Gotcha. Okay. Sounds interesting. Could be worse.
No, no, you absolute melons.
are in danger.
Gotcha. Are you sure?
Commander?
What do you want now?
At your service. Perfect. Orders, sir. Charge!
They are trying to break into the buildings.
For the colony! Commander? Here we go! Do you need me?
The colony is under attack.
Bring
They are
on!
infecting our
I
buildings.
will kill our enemies! At your service.
I think the soldiers killed us again, chat. I think the soldiers killed us again. Ah, man. Okay, never again with soldiers. I need to learn my lesson. I need to learn my lesson. I need to learn my lesson.
Break into the buildings.
Devastating.
He is succumbing to the infection.
That's twice now that I'm like,
He is under attack.
I'm going to use soldiers. Soldiers are great. Soldiers are cool. And then in a big, open, wide area like this, I just can't. Right? I think if I want to use soldiers, I need to have these like very narrow little gaps where the noise works.
They are trying to break into the buildings.
Devastating. I can sometimes watch people who are better at my game, better than myself at this game, do soldier clears, and I don't know what math they're doing in their brain. That's different. It's better to invest in ballistas first. Again, disagree, but that's okay. Because again, if I'm gonna do ballistas, I'm not gonna push with soldiers, right? If you're gonna turtle with ballistas, just do snipers. So watching people who are really good at this game, sometimes they have this little equation of math in their head where they look at a map, they look at what they have, and they just do soldiers. And right, it's like watching somebody who's really good at Magic the Gathering, like draft an archetype. You're like, wait, you can do that? And it's something that works completely differently. Like everything you're saying is valid, but also you don't understand. Right? Like it's the soldier push is a viable strategy, not instead of something, not after something. It's just like there are certain scenarios where you can just use soldiers and it's great. And I haven't figured out when that is. Because like if your win condition is snipers, don't build soldiers, right? It doesn't make sense. You make, you know, you get up to like 10 or 12 rangers and then you just switch the snipers and then you're good. So we'll figure it out. You should have some number of soldiers. Disagree. Disagree. Yeah, I don't think you want to use soldiers as an intermediary step. You can completely skip them. This is interesting. Sorry, 1 second. I have a phone call. I got a buddy in town and the phone call was like, what you doing? I'm like, streaming. And they're like, why? I'm like, that's how I pay the bills. But I got invited to brunch, but I'm gonna go for coffee instead. I gotta work. I gotta finish work. Did I tell them that you said hi? I should have. What's up, Lunar Eclipse? Thank you for the 85. See, Lunar Eclipse right there. Vindicating, justifying why I said I was busy. This looks like a good map. This looks like a very good map. A little bit of bonus food right off the bat. A little bit greedy, but you know what? That's fine.
Ready and waiting.
Wow, this actually looks sick.
Is that all? So boring. Straight to the heart. My bow is ready. Are you sure? A new task. What's up? Any infected around? Take my arrows. Faster than my bow. Let me put an arrow in his head. Let me put an arrow in his head.
Attention.
My bow
Building
is
completed.
ready. I hope you're not wasting my time. Gotcha. Yeah.
Any orders? That will be easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be really unfortunate if there's like a Doom Town right here on this map, but you never know, right?
Faster than my bow. Great. Are you sure? Great. Taste my arrows. Let me put an arrow in his head. Straight to the heart. Oh,
Our soldiers are in trouble.
you again. Okay. Oh, more orders. Taste my arrows.
Choose your mayor.
You again.
Units under attack.
In the eye. Gotcha. What do you want now?
Ah!
My bow is ready. Faster than my bow.
Please, no more zombinis.
Let me put an arrow in his head. Oh, more orders. Yeah. Roger that. This better be good.
Commander? Let's go.
Aren't there other units to bother?
Oh, Joe just brought me coffee and it smells incredibly.
Is everything okay? All right.
Incredibly.
What do you want now? Faster than my bow. Is that all?
It smells incredible.
Are you sure?
C'est magnifique.
What? Taste my arrows. My
Attention.
bow is
Building
ready.
completed. Our forces are in danger.
My French vocabulary exists just to say great things about coffee.
A new task. My bow is ready. I hope you're not wasting my time.
Okay, I need another chop chop. That's an 11. If I end up going here, that's an 8. Let's build that 8 first.
Is everything okay? On your orders.
What? Faster than my bow.
Our soldiers are in trouble.
Are you sure? Okay, yes. You hold that a plan.
Oh, there was people right there. I was like, I feel like people could be closer to me if I'm not careful. And then come around the corner, bam, zombies.
Right? Are you sure? Gotcha. Is that all?
Ooh, could this be a pocket? Holds up hands.
Let me put an arrow in his head. Take my arrows.
Attention. Building
Hold that
completed.
a plan. What?
Attention.
Yeah.
Building
A
completed.
new task.
Attention. Building
Got some gold there. We got some stone there. I'm going to want to put my thing. Great word. I'm going to want to put my whatever wood building there. Which means I'm going to put this here.
What? Yes. You are gonna pay me for this, right? Taste my arrows. Are you sure? You again. I hope you're not wasting my time.
My French also exists to make chat cringe. Wow, hold on. You're saying French is cringe? That's like an entire country. Several countries.
Yeah.
It's pretty America coded there, Anime Kitty, honestly, SMH.
Yes.
Attention.
Tell me.
Building completed.
That will be easy. All the way.
Fight me, you hoser. Oh, there we go. Now we're getting Canadian.
Faster than my bow. My bow is ready. A new task. Gotcha.
Anime Kitty and I about to throw hands, have ourselves a little Donnybrook. Ooh. You love to see it.
Straight to the heart.
Attention. Building completed.
Who was being touched? No touch.
Okay.
Doesn't know what hoser means.
Units under attack.
It is just an inoffensive way, like a dummy.
New task. Let me put an arrow in his head. What? Faster than my bow.
How do you do, fellow hosers? Yep, that's classic Canadian greeting right there. Classic Canadian greeting.
A new task. Great.
When we meet each other on the streets,
Attention.
skateboard over our back.
Commander?
You again. Roger that. Gotcha. Okay. Are you sure? Gotcha.
Any orders?
Skateboard, don't you mean snowshoes? With an entire team of snow dogs on our back.
Our forces are in danger.
You are gonna pay me for this, right? Taste my arrows. Roger that. Are you sure?
Attention. Building completed. Attention. Building completed.
Yeah.
With an entire lacrosse stick over our back. We make eye contact from across the hockey rink. Oh, hey, bud. You say.
Aren't there other units to bother? A new task? Yes. Okay.
Speaking of hockey, do I have a specific hockey team that I care for? The Calgary Flames. Because that was the city that I grew up in and the team that I grew up with. And it is very hard to escape regional politics as a young Canadian. Boo! See, look at this. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. I named a hockey team, and I'm already getting booed.
So tired. Last night was amazing. You call that a plan? Yeah. You again. You order, you pay.
It's more of a geographical diagram. It's true. I have talked about it before. I have if I'm watching a game of hockey, which I, sometimes do, I will cheer for a Canadian team over an American team. I'll cheer for a Western team over an Eastern team. I'll cheer for an Alberta team over a BC team. And then I will cheer for Calgary over Edmonton.
Technology research finished.
But I think people wanted the short answer. If I put a 38 here, it means that I want this 56. Hut, hut. I need power. I need more power.
You are gonna pay me for this, right? Right between the eyes. Taste my arrows. Are you sure?
I guess I could even make the wall here. And then that whole area is safe. If that whole area is safe, that means this is safe. Not good, but safe. That also means that I should, after I get this power plant down, do the flames ever accidentally melt the ice? All of the time. It's devastating. I can't believe that you would reopen these scars.
Roger that.
Okay, I need stone at more of a level than 2.
You again. Gotcha. Let me put an arrow in his head.
Building completed.
Faster than my bow. Great.
I also need money. Man. Oh, sure is hard existing in a society, huh? So I could eventually build stone and money over here. That's kind of cool.
Oh, here we go again. My bow is ready. Straight to the heart. Okay. This better be good.
Attention. Building completed.
Okay, I got 300 bucks again. I think it's time for... I don't need ice. Ice?
What? Yes. Great.
Spike traps yet. I need more room for homes. This is not going to last us as long as I'd like it to.
Attention. Building completed.
Where do I build my homes after this?
Attention. Building completed.
What do you want now?
I think this is also a wall. I think those two diagonals, let's see.
Time. Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
Are you sure?
Okay, so that should let me get going on some other stuff.
What? Yeah, okay.
Attention. Building completed.
You again. Yes. What?
Even when the world ends, capitalism. Yep. Look, at the end of the day, we don't want to give up our humanity, too. Haha, he made a joke that that capitalism is an intrinsic part of humanity. I
Building complete.
don't know why I spoke like that.
Roger that. What? Yeah. My bow is ready. Okay.
Attention. Building
Are you sure?
completed.
Did I unlock spike traps yet? Is that what I'm working on now? It is. Kids crying emoji. All right. Can I build this gold mine? Yes. I could do... Oh, I actually kind of vibe with this a little bit more. That's 60 and 1. And actually, if I do that, I think I can get away with a wood chop right there.
You are gonna pay me for this, right? Okay.
Our soldiers
Other
are in
units to
trouble.
bother? Taste my arrows. Great. I hope you're not wasting my time.
Oh, I have room for more... where do I put homes, chat? Where do I put homes?
Okay, let's do this. Let me put an arrow in his head. Gotcha. Straight to the heart. Yeah. Faster than my bow.
In the farms, that's mutually exclusive. I think I need to start going over this way.
Building completed.
Okay, we're making 7...
Attention. Technology research finished.
All right, that should be enough that if just a regular old zombie touches there, nothing bad happens to Serge.
Yes. Is that all? So boring.
It's not built yet.
Are you sure? Taste my arrows. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, but it's gonna cost you double. My bow is ready. Roger that. Right between the eyes.
Units under attack.
Aren't there other units to bother? Right between the eyes.
Attention.
Straight
Building
to the heart.
completed. Our forces are in danger.
Okay.
You're fine. Okay, I don't know what to do. I guess I filled this with farms and food. And then I just need to start building homes over here, eh? Now, before I do that, I think I need another soldier center because I think I'm starting to run out of space.
Let me put an arrow in his head. Are you sure? Yeah.
There's an executive right back there.
Are in trouble.
What's up? Any infected around? Yes. Okay.
All right. Do they die before they hit the walls? They do.
Pay me for this, right? My bow is ready. Roger that.
Okay, I need $450 dues. My economy is in shambles. Good. Love that for me.
Building completed. Attention. Building completed.
Aren't there other units to bother? You call that a plan? What? Great.
Yeah, I don't think we're making soldiers on this one, y'all.
Faster than my bow. Okay.
Yeah, I think I agree with you on that one. Okay, I would like a warehouse. I don't even have a market yet. How can I make a warehouse? I mean, maybe it's actually not that hard. This is where I just need a couple of rangers to come and fill the gaps, right? I'm going to save this spot for warehouse. Right next to the gold. Eventually be next to the wood as well. But the soldiers have been so good for us. You know what? You're right. What if this time we tried another soldier push, right?
This better be good. Taste my arrows. Sounds interesting. It could be worse.
I mean, you never know. You never know. Okay, I need to wait for these rangers to come out here, and then I'm going to use this to push, and I'm going to use this area to build houses.
Yes. Let me put an arrow in his head.
Units under attack.
This better be good. Whatever you say, as long as you pay me.
Once we clear the whole map, we'll have a ton of space to work with. That's so real.
My bow and arrows are ready.
Attention. Technology research finished.
Okay, great.
Attention. Building completed.
Okay.
Colony must.
Wow. These are terrible mares. Holy moly. So luckily the stone hit the floor. Why'd I delete those homes? I don't have the market researched. I do have the market researched. Okay, let's grab our new friend as soon as they're ready.
Attention.
Better be good.
Building completed.
Yeah.
And we're going to build a market there.
My bow and arrows are ready.
Okay, I got that stone now. We big chillin'.
Gotcha. Are you sure? Gotcha.
Our forces are in danger.
Great. Gotcha. What? I hope you're not wasting my time.
Understood. On your orders.
Our soldiers are in trouble.
Walk it off.
Attention. Building completed.
My bow and arrows are ready.
Attention. Building completed.
Oh, more orders.
All right, there we go. I'm starting to feel like maybe we can make something out of this. Oh my god, my economy is awful. Not even at 400. I mean, I guess it's because I trained a bunch of units.
What? Okay. You are gonna pay me for this, right?
I want one there just in case.
My bow and arrows are ready.
Dozens of infected are near the
Dozens from the north.
approaching from the north.
Roger that.
The north is not the worst, honestly.
This better be good.
Attention. Building completed.
So the other issue with the north is it could go it could go in either direction once again. I love how the north doesn't necessarily even mean anything sometimes, right?
Building completed.
This better be good. Okay.
Units under attack.
What? Yeah. Okay. You again. Sounds interesting. It could be worse. Yeah. This better be good. Gotcha.
Attention. Building completed.
Taste my arrows. You are gonna pay me for this, right? My bow is ready. Faster than my bow. Oh, here we go again. Right.
Looks like it's going to left here. What about second north? God, how greedy can you be, chat, please?
Right. Yeah. My bow is ready.
Trying to deliberately make some noise here.
Whatever you say, as long as you pay me. You, faster than my bow. Let me
Attention.
put an arrow in his
Technology research finished.
straight to the heart. Faster than my bow. Taste my arrows. Gotcha. Roger that. Are you sure? Great. Are you sure?
Our forces are in danger.
Yeah, you're fine. You're fine. Walk it off.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Is that all? So boring. Yes.
Our soldiers are in
Sounds
trouble.
interesting. It could be worse. Are you sure? Gotcha. Yes. Yeah. Great.
Our defenses are being attacked. Attention.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Okay. Okay. Econ. Clap, clap, clap. I think I can get another chop chop up here, can I, too? Did I not make one more soldier? Guess not. Haven't learned ballistas yet.
My bow and arrows are ready. A new task.
I have two up here. That's really all I need.
Okay, let's do this. What? Okay, yeah. Whatever you say, as long as you pay me. Roger that. You are gonna pay me for this, right?
The colony is under attack.
The colony. The colony being under attack is a terrifying word. Oh, that was here. Ooh, that was big spooky.
Attention. Building completed.
You are gonna pay me for this, right? Yes. Okay, great. Okay. Straight to the heart.
This area is really challenging to expand into as well.
Attention. Building
My bow
completed.
is ready. Great.
It feels like the game is really not giving us a whole lot of space.
What? Gotcha. A new task.
Has ballista been researched yet? I don't need it yet, but no. To answer your question is asked, not yet.
You
Trying to get more money first.
Commander?
Our forces are in danger.
right between the eyes. You are gonna pay
Our
me for
soldiers
this,
are
right?
in trouble.
Taste my arrows.
A lot of space on the other side of all these zombies. Man. If only. If only I was on the other side of all these zombies.
Attention. Building completed.
Yes. Are there other units to bother? Okay. Sounds interesting. It could be worse.
Attention. Building completed.
My favorite part of their billions. Where can I fit more power?
Do you need me?
You again. Okay. Gotcha. My bow and arrows are ready. My bow is ready. Straight to the heart. Great. Yes. This better be good. What? Yeah.
Attention. Building completed.
Okay. So one of the challenging things on this one is I don't really know which direction to push to and where I'm supposed to start holding from, right? It's kind of really, really open in every direction, but in really unfortunate ways. Like, if this wasn't here, this would be great. I just push out in this direction, I'd build this with solid homes, and then it'd be done. But the existence of, like, this weird little water spot, right, makes it really challenging for me to know what to do with it. I mean, I guess it's also a perfect spot for Ballista to go, because there's already walls there.
Units under attack.
What do you want now? Great. You again. Okay, let's do this. What do you want now?
I don't know where the Doom Town is yet, which is another thing we need to figure out. Let's start, let's actually start thinking about some ballistas, actually.
What? Great.
Our forces are in danger.
Stop.
Are you sure?
Just simply stop being in danger. Right? I mean, seems pretty straightforward to me.
You are gonna pay me for this, right?
Is there any particular resource that I need? Money. Money and space are the resources that I need the most right now.
Units under attack.
What? Right between the eyes. Faster than my bow.
And so the issue is money comes from homes.
You are gonna pay me for this, right?
It's kind of hard to get some of those right now
Attention. Building completed.
with the lack of space. It also feels really bad to be putting homes on top of arable soil like this.
Attention.
But I also feel like this is kind of the only place I can build homes right now, right?
So tired. Less
All right, Great Ballista has been researched. Let's chill for a second here.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Doesn't look like there's gold to expand to. I grabbed that one. There's a little bit up here. Oh! I just got a $10 dono, though. Still figuring out how to donate space. Hang on. Yo,
Our forces are in danger.
Marshall, that's extremely generous of you, friend. Thank you very much. That's very, 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 very sweet. Oops. Yeah, get some hearts in chat. Thank you, friend.
To bother? Is that all? So boring.
All right, let's just try and turtle for now. I mean, I am up top here. I guess the first place I could build. First ballista I could build is just here, right? If I build it off to the side, I'll leave myself room for the second one. Because then once that's done, I can bring somebody in another direction.
They are attacking the colony. colony defenses.
What?
Right, I can move these 2 soldiers around to the other side.
Attention. Building completed.
This is safe because that's walled off, so I basically just have a free wall there, which is kind of cool. Have I figured out where the Doom Town is yet? No, I have no clue where the Doom Town is. Sick. This is going to tank what little econ we have, which is always fun.
What do you want now?
Attention. Building
Yes.
completed.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Attention. Building completed.
But be quick. Roger that. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Great. Are you sure? Okay. Sounds interesting. It could be worse. Yeah. Okay.
The walls are
Gotcha.
under attack.
Great. You order, you pay. Okay. Yeah. Roger that.
Just hold there for a second. I mean, I know I said I wanted those homes, but I think I also need farms, right? I also need food. God, I need it all. All right, so this is great.
Break through.
This is fine. This should be fine.
Aren't there other units to bother? Taste my
Our
arrows.
defenses are
Let me
being
put an
attacked.
arrow in his head. A new task. Right. Lean.
This should be fine.
What?
Units under attack.
Great. Yeah.
I also need to move this forward because if I don't have a turret here, then if a wave, even if a slow wave, even if like a little guy shows up here, you know what I mean? Then we're in trouble. So let's build that there for now. Keep it in mind, we still don't know where anything else is.
Attention. Building completed.
I think I can build a power thingy here after that's done, which is kind of cool.
Go again.
No. Oh, God. Is there anything more disappointing in life than picking up a drink to have a sip and realizing that it's already empty? Ooh.
Attention. Building completed.
Sounds interesting.
My heart.
What? You are gonna pay me for this, right?
Okay, let's find out where this Doom Town is, y'all.
What? Oh, here we go again.
Because I think if I don't learn this pretty soon, I'm just going to die.
Yeah. Roger that.
I might even be able to push way up in here, which is kind of cool. I need another power somewhere.
A new task. Aren't there other units to bother? What? Okay, great. Gotcha. Great.
Our forces are in danger.
More orders. Okay, gotcha.
You know what? I could grab all of this.
You again. Are you sure?
I don't even think it's that greedy.
Faster than my bow. My bow is ready. Straight to the heart. Straight to the heart. My
Attention.
bow is
Building
ready.
completed.
Let me put an arrow in his head. Faster than my bow.
Pew, 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 pew.
Roger that. Take my
Attention.
arrows.
Building
Straight to
completed.
the heart. Are you sure? I
Our
hope you're not
soldiers
wasting
are in
your
trouble.
time. Yes, tell me. be quick. Gotcha. Roger that. Great. Yes. Great. Gotcha. Yes. You call that a plan. Great. Are you sure? Roger that. Gotcha. Great.
I need... to just make sure I don't die on a random side here. And the way to do that is to make sure that when I'm pushing on one side, I'm defending on the other.
Yeah. Roger that. Great. Yeah. Great.
Our forces are in danger.
What? You. Roger that. Gotcha. Great. Are you sure?
They are
Great.
attacking the colony defenses.
I hope you're not wasting my time. Great. A new task. What?
The walls are under attack.
This better be good.
Nope.
They are trying to break through.
My bow is ready. Faster than my bow. Taste my arrows.
Attention. Building completed. Dozens of infected on
From the south!
They are
That's terrible news, actually.
What's up? Any infected around?
Our defenses are being attacked.
You again.
I really need this to be done.
This better be good.
They are attacking the colony defenses. Attention. Building completed.
What? Yeah. You again. Okay. Gotcha.
Attention. Building completed.
Yeah.
Our soldiers are in trouble.
South.
Building completed. Units under attack.
Better be good.
Where? Where now? Over here? I mean, that makes sense.
You again.
Yo, what's up, Triple? Good to see you, friend. Oh, man. Completely unrelated to anything. Last night, Joe and I cooked a delicious dinner. Thinly sliced pork, a little bit of onion, a little bit of red pepper, and some black pepper sauce. Ooh, a little stir fry. What up, Newt? All right. Now you're hungry? I'm sorry, friend. So, like, if I even wanted to put a tower here, where would I put it? That's wrong. Would I put it here? Just for now?
Our forces are in danger.
Who? Who? Oh, you.
Our soldiers are in trouble.
Crap, I just lost a soldier there. That's annoying.
Attention. Building completed.
There we go. What if the Doomtown's on that side, y'all?
Building
I guess I have until day 23. Day 23 is where the Doomtown starts to pull.
attention. Building completed.
Okay, I found the wave.
Oh, here we go again. Great. Are you sure? Okay.
Building
let's do
completed.
this. A new task. Unit. Great. Yeah. You are gonna pay me for this, right? Roger that. Okay, let's do this.
Units under attack.
Okay.
Oh, there was a little water thing there that almost killed me. That's exciting.
Okay. Are you sure? Yes. Yeah. Great. Okay. Yes. Gotcha. You call that, man.
The walls are under attack.
Roger that. Are you sure? Okay. Let's do this. Okay. Sounds interesting. It could be.
Come on. No, no, no. No, no, no. No, no, no.
They are trying to break through.
Great. Roger that. Great idea. No.
Oh, I just lost another unit? No.
Great.
Our defenses are being
Roger
attacked.
that. You order? You
There we go.
A new task.
Waiting on orders.
All right. I should be sealed on every side. That's not where the Doomtown is. I have very little time. I have to find this thing. On day 23, it starts to drain, which is where we start getting those little waves all of the time. And if we don't know where it is,
What do you
then we die. This could be an omen. I don't know. It's tough to tell. Went to the Neutron. Then you had a Monte Cristo. No powdered sugar, no berries. All savory, all wonderful. I don't know if I remember what a Monte Cristo is.
They are attacking the colony defenses.
a new task?
Monte Cristo is clearly a book.
Here we go again. I hope it
Oh, hey, we found it. Okay, 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 okay. It's right there. It's right there. It's right there. That's exciting. That's very exciting, he said, with no excitement in his heart.
Yeah. Are you sure? Gotcha.
I need you to pull way the heck back.
Are you sure? I hope you're not wasting.
So, it looks like we are going to get a lot of attention pretty soon. And that's exciting. I'm going to need more wood.
Our forces are in danger.
Roger that. Last night was amazing.
What I really need to do is I need to start pre-pulling just a little bit of this. Hey, hi Atarka. Happy Sunday to you, friend.
Roger that. Yeah. You order, you pay.
So what I need to do is I need to keep these homies from hammering upon our walls
Gotcha.
while we wait for these towers to build.
Trying to break through.
Plan.
That's fine.
What? Sounds interesting. It could be worse. Gotcha. Great. Gotcha.
Our defenses
Okay.
are being
Yes.
attacked.
Great. Okay. Yeah. Whatever you say. As long as you pay me. Gotcha. You call
Attention.
that
Building
plan.
completed.
Okay. Yes. You order, you pay. Roger that.
I need that to be solid as well.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds interesting. It could be worse. Gotcha. Are you sure? Gotcha. Yeah.
They are
Roger
attacking
that.
the colony.
Stop it.
Gotcha. Yeah.
No, 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 no. Big friend, no. Bad.
Yes. Roger that. Yes.
The walls are under attack.
Hey. idea. What's up, friend? Thank you very, very much for that prime. Really appreciate you. Appreciate the support.
Okay. Let's do this. Gotcha.
Thank you for spending Amazon's money.
You call that plan.
Okay, this side. Oh, no, it's too early. It's too early. It's too early for this. No, 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 no. No, no.
What? Are you sure? Great. Yes. Is that all?
They are trying to break through.
Yes. Yeah.
That was stupid. I don't have enough money to rebuild that tower. I don't know why I destroyed it. Don't know why I destroyed it.
Sure. I hope you're not wasting my time. Yes. Whatever you say. As long as you pay me.
I mean, I know I destroyed it. I destroyed it because it was asymmetrical, which is stupid. Because I wanted the lines to be even. No. We're fine. We're fine. Okay. I think we're in the profit stage now. All right. Hold for 1 second. You get it? Thank you. Thank you for understanding me.
What? Are you sure?
How do you feel about where
Great. Roger that.
How do you feel about where this Doomtown wound up, chat?
Yes.
On a scale of good to extremely sad.
Okay. I hope you're not wasting my time. Okay.
Attention. Building
Man, this is going to I'm gonna have to change the angle of this.
Here we go again. Whatever you say.
I thought it was gonna come this way, but I think it's actually gonna come this way.
Okay. Sounds interesting. It could be worse. Yes.
attention. Building
New
completed.
task. What? Okay. You again.
Like, I think I want to do this.
Attention. Building completed.
Okay, where do I put homes?
Attention. Building completed.
I think we push on this side, by the way.
Attention. Building completed.
Should put a home in the middle of downtown. Ooh. Welcome to downtown Doomtown. Nope. I do not want to destroy all of my walls. Thank you very much for asking. Seems very much like the sort of thing I, in fact, do not want to do. All right. I need to start developing some of these resources as well.
What? You again. Great.
So I actually want to build a second one of these, and the reason is I'm going to use it to start pulling.
Roger that.
Clearing, rather. Clearing is a different word from pulling.
Gotcha. You're the Eminent, right? Yeah. Gotcha. You order?
Okay, first thing I want to do is I want to start making metal, and then after I start making metal, I want to upgrade my homes, and then I want to do that over and over and over.
It's gonna cost you double.
Our defenses are being
Roger that.
attacked.
Yeah. Roger that. Gotcha. You hold that plan.
Oh, I don't have any power over here.
Oh, here we go again.
Also, I'm not chopping this wood yet, which also seems like a massive mistake.
Roger that. Gotcha. You hold that plan. Yeah. Great. Yeah.
You can't hear the word Doomtown without thinking of Petula Clark. I don't understand this reference at all.
Great.
What's going on? What's going on there?
Gotcha.
Attention. Building complete.
So tired.
What's the reference?
Attention. Building completed.
You order, you pay.
She had a song called Downtown that my parents used to listen to a whole bunch. Interesting.
You order.
That is our first harpy. Please die. Nice. Good job.
Roger that. What? Okay, let's do this. You order, you pay. Are you sure? I hope you're not wasting my time. Okay. Yes.
I don't know why, as soon as you said the word downtown, my brain went to On Broadway, like that was somehow the same song.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, you can always go downtown. That one? Just exactly like that, right? With my perfect vocals. The lights are much brighter there. Beep boop 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 boo.
You. Gotcha. Yes.
Somebody please clap. Did I nail it? I think I nailed it.
Roger that. Yes.
+2. Heck yeah, nailed it. Got there.
Building completed. They are attacking the colony defenses.
A new task. Are you sure? Yeah.
Attention.
So like,
Completed.
Roger that.
what are the chances that I can get all the way down into here and then hold all of this?
Building completed.
Probably not great. I can probably grab this though.
This better be good. Gotcha. Okay. So tired.
Right, I don't have, oh my god, I don't have the stone center going right now. See, this is the same problem that I've made in previous games. I get so like laser focused on one particular issue that I forget, you know, how the game is played. And that's bad.
Okay.
Building completed.
Gotcha. You hold that plan. Gotcha. You hold that.
Okay, that's a pocket. So there's some potential here, y'all.
Yeah.
Attention.
Gotcha.
Building
You
completed.
hold that.
Nice shot.
Okay. Yes. Are you sure? Great. Okay. Yes.
My entire DMCA was clapping.
Yes.
Yo, I love them.
Hold that plan. Are you sure?
Okay, so this is potentially huge, actually.
Okay.
Because I can push out to here, grab all of this, and then I can push that way afterwards. It's a little bit weird because it's going to leave one side open, but again, I'm feeling behind enough that I think I kind of have to. I have one home.
Oh, more hordes.
Everything is in shambles, chat.
Great.
Shambles.
Attention. Building completed.
What do you want now? What? Gotcha. Roger that.
You know what I need to do? I need to do this.
Great.
Technology research.
Not that. Not that. This.
Yeah. Great. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Ooh, there's gold there too.
Attention.
Yes.
Building completed.
Okay. I hope you're not wasting my time. Yes, tell me. But be quick. Gotcha. Great. Yes. Okay. Are you sure? Great. Yeah. You order?
The walls are under attack.
Great. You order? You pay.
The walls are gonna be fine.
Are you sure?
So dramatic.
Gotcha. Yeah. Roger that. Great.
I think I'm gonna go hold the north for a while here, so let's...
Buildings are being attacked.
Buildings! Oh, that's a problem. That one's bad. Let's just leave that for now. Where are you? You're here.
Are you sure? Yeah. Okay. But it's gonna cost you double.
They are trying to break through.
Sure. Great. This better be good. What do you want now? Sounds interesting. It could be worse.
Large deposits of gold are only weakness. It's true.
Oh, here we go again.
Our soldiers are in trouble.
I thought I cleared this already.
Okay. You order, you pay. Gotcha.
Attention.
Sure.
Building
Great.
completed.
Are you sure? I hope.
I thought I cleared this already, and I brought you all up here,
Okay. Great.
where we wouldn't have any issues.
Okay. Great. Okay. You order, you pay. Gotcha. Okay.
Dozens of infected on
The south.
Okay.
They are approaching from the south.
Hold that and yes. Is that all?
Our defenses are
Order,
being attacked.
You pay. An attack. You call that? Yes. Is that all?
They are attacking the colony defenses.
Roger that. Yeah, roger that. Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Bring it up.
Units
Yeah.
under attack.
Please stop.
The walls are under attack.
Yes. Gotcha. You hold that.
Our
Okay.
forces are in danger.
Yes.
They are trying to break through.
Okay. Sounds interesting. It could be worse. Okay. Roger that. You are gonna pay me for this, right? Yes.
Our defenses are
Have I flown too close to the sun? It's impossible to tell. Usually, what is that supposed to mean? Hold on.
Our soldiers are in trouble. Attention. Building completed.
Hubris? No.
You order, you pay. Are you sure?
I think I've done a pretty good job of holding all this already.
Oh, more orders.
I think I should just be able to safe hold the bottom there while I continue to clear up here.
Well, you are gonna pay me for this, right? Oh, more orders. Roger that.
Attention. Building completed.
What? Yes. Yeah. Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. Okay.
Attention.
Great.
Building completed.
You are gonna pay me for this, right?
I'll delete that one after.
Yes.
Oh, there's crap. They're dead. That's so awkward. There's a little water pocket there, which I didn't see. And I dodged back into it, and then I got dead. Shoot. This is really unfortunate timing. Can I get there before the wave crashes? I need to be careful right there. So that's a dead end. That actually makes this way easier to hold. Hold on.
Colony defenses.
Gotcha.
This is all walled off. I could actually move this down and then hold so much more as a result.
Yes.
The walls are under attack.
Please hold. Holding is a different word than... Okay. Let's finish one side at a time. One side at a time here. But then what I can do is I can actually drop down to here, and that little choke point right there is basically all that I need. All of this is natural walls, right?
Yes, tell me. But be quick. You order, you pay. Yes. Roger that. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Gotcha. Okay. Is that all? So. Are you sure? Yeah. Gotcha. Great.
I want to get the stone research started. I got to get the building down is the issue. So I need workers for that. I need workers and I need gold. You see, notice a trend?
What? Yes. Okay. Gotcha. Great. Yeah. Okay. Great. Sounds interesting. It could be worse. Gotcha. Are you sure? Roger that. Great. Great idea. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah.
Attention. Building
You are
completed.
gonna pay me for
Jeez. Okay, so that's all held. That's huge.
Attention. Building completed.
a new task. Oh, here we go again. Okay, yeah, gotcha. Okay, let's do this. Roger that. Yes. Yeah. Gotcha. Great. Okay. Roger that.
Attention.
Yeah.
Building
Gotcha.
completed.
Yeah. Yes. Gotcha. Are you sure? Gotcha. Yes. Are you sure? Roger that. Are you sure? Yes. Yeah. Great. Roger that. Gotcha. Yes. Is that all? So boring. Gotcha. Okay. You call that a plan. Great. You order? You
All right, and I did a pretty good job of pulling in there. Hopefully, I can make all of this ours. That's the hope. I need 20 energy now? Ah!
What? You order? Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. Are you sure? I hope you're not wasting my time. Gotcha. You are gonna pay me for this, right? You again. Okay. Great.
Huh. I'm not quite ready to take all of this yet, eh? That's devastating.
What do you want now? Sounds interesting.
Attention.
It could be
Building
worse.
complete.
Great. Yes. Yeah. You called that. And Roger that.
Right there. Fits like a glove. Eh, Twitch chat?
Gotcha. Great. Are you sure? Great. Yeah. Great. Yeah. You order, you pay. Yeah. Gotcha. You call that. And yeah. Yes. Gotcha.
Attention.
Great.
Building completed.
Yeah. Are you sure? Yes. Is that all? Sure. Roger that. Gotcha. You call that a plan.
Extremely annoyed.
What?
Attention. Building completed.
You are gonna pay me for this, right? You again.
They are trying to break through.
Stop. I'm worried that we're in slow death territory here, friends. That I just, like, I'm biting off slightly more than I can chew, and I don't know what else to do, right?
Do you need me? Let's go.
Like, I don't quite know how we turn the corner here.
You again. Okay. Yeah. Gotcha.
Our forces are in danger.
This better be good. Oh, here we go again. Aren't there other units of
Attention.
valor?
Building
Okay.
completed.
What? You are gonna pay me for
Simply chew slower. That reminds me, I should be eating my lunch. God, I love this game.
Great. Okay.
Attention. Building completed.
Plan. Okay. Sounds interesting. It could be worse.
So something you can do, if you spread your units out slightly, it
New task,
decreases the amount of noise they make.
but be quick. Okay. Yeah.
Attention. Building completed.
I don't even have enough workers. Oh my god. Okay. Time to greet a little here, y'all. Because if I don't get this down, we die. Right?
What? Yes.
And if we die, we don't win. Don't hit the wall.
Our defenses are being attacked.
That's so frustrating. This is why I should always build. So we've learned that we can shoot over stone. I'm going to try there later, but not right now.
You are gonna pay me for this, right?
Sometimes you only win if you greed. It's true. Okay, where do I find food?
Attention. Building completed.
Vote for your mayor.
I got one oil platform. I need energy. Lamau. All right.
Attention. Building completed.
But I can build food here. Wait a second.
Sorry, sir. I was cleaning my weapon. All right.
Attention. Building completed.
What do you want now? Yeah, gotcha. You told that plan. Yes. Okay. But it's gonna cost you double. Okay. Roger that. Great. Okay. Gotcha. Roger that. Whatever you say.
Attention.
As long as
Building
you need.
completed.
I hope you're not wasting my time. Yeah. Is that all?
They are attacking the colony defenses.
Yeah. Roger that. Great. Okay. I hope you're not wasting my
Attention.
time.
Building completed.
Yes. Gotcha. Okay. Great. Are you sure? Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Attention.
Let's do this.
Building
Are you
completed.
sure? Okay. Yes. Is that all? So boring. Okay. Yes. Is that all? So boring. Gotcha. Great.
The walls are
Yes.
under attack.
Are you sure? You. What do you want? I hope you're not wasting my time. Great. Are you sure? Yeah.
Our soldiers
I hope
are
you're
in
not
trouble.
wasting my time. Okay.
They are
Great.
trying to break
Yes.
through.
Gotcha. You hold.
This is fine. This is all according to plan. Power plant.
You again. Great.
Our defenses are
sure?
being attacked.
Roger that. Yes. Gotcha. Yeah. Roger that. Are you sure? Okay. Yeah. Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. Whatever you say. As long as you know. Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. Sure.
Attention.
I hope you're not
Building
wasting my
completed.
time. Yes. Great.
They are attacking the
sure?
colony defenses.
Is that all? So boring. This better be good. What's up? Any infected around?
You know what we need to do? We need to do a big old wraparound here. We're going to come here.
Is that all? So boring.
Units under attack.
Crap. Big old wrap around. The keyword being around.
Okay. Great. Okay. Yeah. Are you sure? You call that a plan?
What's up, Sora? Okay. Okay. We're trying so hard. I don't have any energy.
Commander?
You again. Gotcha. Yeah. Gotcha.
So this is the sort of thing that I could stabilize on if we didn't immediately have a wave coming in like a day, right? I don't have any snipers being made yet, which is also really bad.
Yes. Are you sure? Yes. Roger that. Great. Are you sure? Okay. Great.
Walls are under attack.
No, I'm just
Our
Oh, I'm dead.
Roger that.
We just pulled a mutant.
Serge finished.
Yeah. Roger that.
They are trying to break into the buildings.
Yeah, I think we die here. I think this mutant's about to get pulled and then it's over. And then it's Soge over.
Attention. Building completed.
Oh, did my soldier die? My soldier died.
Our colony is succumbing to the infection.
You are gonna pay me for this, right? Roger that.
Crap. Chat. What'd you go dying for, y'all? Very rude. You're supposed to pull people towards this tower. I'm just gonna pretend like they're not right there.
Attention. Building.
You know, I'm just gonna pretend that there's not a mutant just standing there waiting to murder us.
Reporting for duty. Waiting on orders.
What's up? Any infected?
They are trying to break through.
Where? Down there? Yeah, don't care.
Great idea, sir. Perfect. Let's go.
Attention.
on.
Building completed.
All the way. Orders.
Attention. Building complete.
From the north is a fascinating direction to be getting attacked from here.
This better be good. Great.
If I can wall this whole area off, I think we maybe have a chance. I've just decided to ignore the wave for now.
Units under attack.
Did they die again? No, you didn't. You didn't. You're doing great, chat.
Orders, sir. Understood.
Attention.
Oh, the human!
Building complete.
Come on.
What? You are gonna pay me for this, right? Yeah.
This is potentially holdable, honestly. If I wasn't so invested in keeping everything alive right down here, you know what I mean? Like, imagine how holdable this could be.
The colony is under attack. Attention. Building.
I just need this mutant not to hit right now. I just need this mutant to not hit right now. If I could do that, that'd be great. I need to not have to defend on two sides at once here. Ah, it's looking good. Oh, no, we are a second away from dead, DD. In fact, I think it'd be fair to say we've been dead for a while.
What? Great. Yeah, gotcha.
There's a mutant right here. There's a mutant right there, just waiting. In this game, all about dead man walking anyway. Yeah, but we're like more dead than normal dead, right? Like, all right, let's just pre-pull some of this now so it doesn't come with us.
Yes, great. Yeah, sounds interesting. It could be worse. What? Roger that. Great. You order?
Is this the wave already? No, that's too early. That's illegal.
Oh, here we go again.
Attention.
This is just noise.
Yes. Gotcha.
Building completed.
I can't believe we're still alive down here. Monoceratosis, what's up, friend? Thank you for that prime.
A new task. Roger that.
Oh, you know what I can do? I can pull up from here.
Sure. Yes. Okay, great. Roger that. Great.
So the goal here
Are you sure?
is to split the wave where possible.
Okay. Sounds interesting. It could be worse. Okay. Are you sure?
Our defenses are being attacked.
You hold that. And roger that. Yeah.
Give us some time to work on it.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds interesting.
They are attacking the colony defenses.
Roger that. Okay. Yeah. You hold that. And yeah. Gotcha. Okay.
The
Sounds
walls are under attack.
could be worse.
Unbelievable, we lived. Crap, if we're still alive, that means I have to keep playing. Okay. I mean, let's from hell's heart, right, chat?
They are trying to break through.
You hold that.
attacked.
Great. Roger that. Great.
Wait, is this all just one giant pocket?
Our forces are in danger. Attention.
Okay, I can't focus any of my time here. I need to get this back down here.
What do you want now? Great.
Attention.
Better be
Building
good.
completed.
Okay.
Our soldiers are in trouble.
Sounds interesting. It could be worse. Right?
They are
No, 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 no.
Order?
units under attack.
What? Okay. Sounds interesting.
Are you kidding me? That's what kills us?
It could be worse. Okay. Order?
Attention. Building completed. Our forces are in danger. They are trying to break.
After all of that, the thing that killed me was a harpy showed up. I had it. I was slouching this wall the whole time.
Great.
They are attacking the colony defenses.
Please kill that mutant. Hello?
The infection is spreading across.
The mutant is healing? Why is nobody killing the mutant? How is the mutant not dead?
To break through.
Order?
They are infecting our building.
How does it heal whenever it kills something?
Our defenses are being attacked.
Devastating.
The colony is succumbing to the infection. They are attacking the colony defenses.
We were so close. We were so close to turning that corner.
The walls are under attack. They are trying to break through. The infection is spreading across the colony.
Man, I love this stupid game.
Our defenses are being attacked.
All right, that was tough because we had no room, right? That was the sort of thing. It felt like we were actually dead a lot earlier than we actually died. But, you know, that's all right. That's all right. All right, here's what we're going to do. Very quick pee break. I just finished my lunch. Let me wash my hands. And then I'm feeling it. The run after this is going to be a good one. Get up, have a stretch, have a bend, refill your drink. I'll see you in just a second. Why did I have no snipers? I had no money. I had no economy. In order to build troops, you must first be able to afford troops. You see, we live in a society. Even after the zombies won, people don't work for free. Crazy for day 37? I mean, were you there for the whole run? I probably should have re-rolled that map, but I kept going anyways. Speaking of re-rolls. No. Yeah, man, it was close to maybe being able to turn the corner there, but we're learning. It was a good effort. Thank you. Oh, interesting. I got bad news, Joe. I didn't delete anything, and my recording of the VOD just died because I ran out of hard drive space. I don't know. It's very easy to be like, why hasn't this been done at a certain point without seeing the journey of how you got there? Bad Serge, I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh? Nope. I know I've talked before about how it's totally okay for a video game once it's released to not have to be maintained as a service for the rest of a dev's life. Asterisks. One thing I would love is if they came back and they did two things to balance. One was slightly fixing the balance of the mares. The mares are all over the place. I kind of wish the mares were more balanced. And two, I wish there was a reroll map button that didn't involve this every time, right? Has anyone in the They Are Billions community made a mod that rerolls better? Does this game even have mod support? It has an unreal amount of custom maps. And I feel like custom maps are only one step away from modding. This looks like a map. This looks like a playable map. We've got some money to start. Our mutants aren't too bad, especially if I push in like these directions first.
Waiting on orders.
It looks like a food truck right there too. What kind of mods are there, Chrono? Oh, I can't reach there? That's so troll. The most popular mods are easy mode and slightly easier mode. Is that what you said, Joe? That's incredibly funny.
You are gonna pay me for this, right? Yes. What? Is that all? So boring. Are you sure? Okay, you. What? Faster than my bow.
There's also hero mission skipping, so that's for the campaign. The campaign is fascinating and has some great ideas, and then it also has hero missions, which are awful. And it has these weird, like the whole game is basically tower defense. I think they're called skirmish missions, which are also awful.
Gotcha. What? Straight to the heart. Yeah. Faster than my bow. Let me put an arrow in his head. Right between the eyes. Roger that. Faster
Micro. Micro in enemies.
Taste my arrows.
I present
Bonus farm. Oh my god. You don't see anything about reload? Apparently most people don't care. Interesting.
Yeah.
This is getting a little bit alarming.
Let me put an arrow in his head. My bow is ready.
Attention. Building
Taste my
completed.
arrows. My bow is
Chat.
right between the eyes. Let me put an arrow in his head.
Chat.
Soldiers are in trouble.
Faster than my bow. Okay.
Chat.
That will be easy.
Straight to the heart. Sounds interesting. It could be
Appear to be getting a little bit overwhelmed over here, chat.
taste my arrows. Faster than
Units
my
under
bow.
attack.
My bow is ready. Let me put an arrow in his head. Right between
So I hear shift right now. Uh-huh.
Tell me.
what? Yeah. Okay. Let's do
Our
it.
soldiers are in trouble.
Gotcha. Roger that.
About that.
You are gonna pay me for this, right? Sounds interesting. It could be worse. Okay. Are you sure?
All right. I'm going to build the wood workshop right here. Because that way I can keep an eye on everything.
Straight to the heart. Let me put an arrow in his head. Right between the eyes. Faster than my
Units
bow.
under attack.
You again. I hope you wasted my time.
Ah!
You are gonna pay me for this, right? What? You call that a plan? Gotcha.
I only gave you all one gun. I mean, look how much noise. Look at what a mess you've made with just the one gun. What do you want two guns for? To kill us? Nah. You take your one gun and you think about what you did, all right?
Ready and waiting.
This better be good. Okay, great. Gotcha.
We're starting to walk in from this side yet? You want 6 guns? Ridiculous.
What's up? Any infected around? My bow is ready.
Okay, I need to start clearing other directions as well right now.
Right? What do you want? Great. I'm sure.
You want 21 guns? You want me to salute? I need a,
Our forces are in danger.
who?
Attention. Building completed.
Let's do
Okay, so Chad becoming a veteran is massive for us right now.
this, right? What?
Attention.
Are you
Building
sure?
completed.
Okay, sounds interesting. It could be worse. You are gonna pay me for this, right?
Oh. I already had a farm, but I'm going to research another farm anyways.
Attention. Building completed.
You again. Roger that. Aren't there other units to bother?
I feel like I need to get
What? Gotcha.
stone going probably a little bit earlier this game. What if you had that one gun from the 5th element?
Attention.
Plan.
What do you think that button does?
Roger that. Gotcha.
Ooh, there's gold here I could be working towards as well. That's huge. Okay, I need to get an early soldier center here. 100%. 100%. Okay, good. Another veteran. Big.
Building completed.
Gotcha. Yes, tell me. But be quick. You again. Are you sure? What do you want now?
Orders, sir.
Death before dishonor.
You again.
Attention.
Man,
Technology research finished.
one of my favorite restaurants is this like punk rock,
Okay.
like sandwich barbecue-ish kind of place. And one of the things that they love to do is have old school movies playing on like old retro TVs. And one of the things that made me like die and turn into dust the other day was realizing that the retro movie that they were playing was The Fifth Element. And I'm like, no, please, not that movie. That movie can't be old. That movie's from my generation. No, not like this.
You are gonna pay me for this, right? My bow is ready. Yeah. Are you sure? What? Roger that. You are gonna pay me for this, right? Great.
Attention. Building completed.
Serge, that movie is almost older than both of us? No. What year did The Fifth Element come out, chat?
Our soldiers
1998? Oh, chat says 95, 97. Well, one of you is wrong. We can't have two different dates and have both people be like, yes, that's the year this came out, because that's not how time works. (1997, France). What?
And you
The
tell
movie was French?
you again. Whatever you say.
Remember that that movie had two languages, English and Bad English. What do you mean French? Yeah, that movie is not older than both of us, is what I'm trying to say. I was unfortunately out. I was alive for a couple of years when that movie came out, you know?
Okay.
It's Luc Besson. Is that the same person who did Leon the Professional? Do I know who Luc Besson is?
building completed.
It is a French name.
Attention. Building completed. Units under attack.
Oh, 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 oh.
Straight to the heart. Gotcha. Great.
Why did I make this decision?
My bow is ready.
Our forces are in danger.
Gotcha. Okay, let's do this. What? Gotcha.
Ah!
Attention.
Take
Building
my arrow.
completed.
Yes. Roger that. You are gonna pay me for this, right?
Commander?
Attention. Building completed.
What do you want now? This better be good.
Now I need wood. But you gotta put a 2x2 there, yeah, which means I should put this here.
What's up? Any infected around?
Do you need me? Of course, my commander.
And Valerian. I never saw Valerian. I heard mixed things about that movie.
Attention. Building completed. Attention. Building completed.
Some people were like, this movie is art, and other people were like, this movie is garbage, which I think is often how people describe art anyways.
Building completed.
The first 5 minutes are perfect. What odd praise for a movie.
Just guide me to the
Attention. Building completed.
Are you sure? Are there other units to bother? I hope you're not wasting my time. Okay. You again. Great.
It's all golden until the first character speaks. Is maybe the most devastating review of a movie I think I've ever heard.
What? Faster than my bow. Yeah. Let me put an arrow in his head. Right between the eyes. My bow is ready. You are gonna pay me for this, right?
Commander?
Our soldiers are in trouble.
Great idea, sir. Of course, my commander.
What? Gotcha.
Was that greedy? Or did I make out like a thief? I was a little greedy. There's 2 runners coming for me.
Faster than my bow. Straight to the heart. Okay. Sounds interesting. It could be worse.
Attention. Building completed.
For the humans!
Okay.
All right, where do I go from here? What do I do? Interesting.
What do you want now? Let me put an arrow in his head.
Units under
Takes
attack.
my arrows. Yes. Whatever you say. As long as straight to the heart.
Attention.
My bow
Building
is
completed.
ready. You order, you pay. Are there other units to bother? Let me put an arrow in his head. Okay.
Attention. Building completed.
You again. Roger that. Yeah. Faster than my bow.
Any orders?
Attention.
What?
Building completed.
Right between the eyes. You are gonna pay me for this, right? Taste my arrows. Yes. Are you sure? Taste my arrows. Faster than my bow.
I think I want to put my first warehouse here-ish.
Oh, here we go again. My bow is ready. Yeah.
What are the chances that this is a pocket right here?
Yeah. Roger that.
None. It's not a pocket because I can see
Let me put an
the other side of it. All right. I take it back and I feel bad. I need power.
better be good. Okay.
Is everything okay? Let's go.
All right. You're attracting more and more people who are running towards me there, chat.
Our forces are in danger.
I can't help but feel like you have very little chill.
Our soldiers are in trouble.
Commander? Let's go.
Like none chill, actually. Like just shocking amounts of none chill. Oh, you called it engagement. Oh. I'd always heard of the rules of engagement, but I thought that was like maybe a different thing. That's what that means.
Attention. Building completed.
At your service.
You are gonna pay me for this, right? You
Just a gentle reminder. I try and keep Twitch chat family friendly here.
Tell me.
Attention. Building
On
completed.
your orders.
You are gonna pay me for this, right? My bow sounds interesting. It could be worse. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, we are starting to solidify. Is that a word? Starting to try and occupy more space.
Commander?
Attention. Building.
Ooh. Can we talk about actors who, even when they're in a bad movie, are in good movies? They're good movies. My favorite for that would be, let's go for Life Regeneration. My favorite with that has got to be Nicolas Cage. Man. Even when a movie is bad,
Yeah.
he is delightful. This is a problem.
Straight to the heart.
Attention. Technology research finished.
Sean Bean. Is it embarrassing that I don't know if I could even pick Sean Bean? I know his voice, but I don't know if I could, like, recognize his face.
What? Yeah. Okay. Let's do this. Okay. But it's gonna cost you double.
On your orders. Great idea, sir.
Yeah.
Boromir. Yeah, I don't remember who Boromir is. He's in Goldeneye. Oh, interesting. Hold on. Nicolas Cage, even when the movie is good, he's terrible? You take that back. You take that back. How can you say anything mean about Nicolas Cage? That's devastating. The man is a genius.
Oh, here we go again.
The man
You again.
is an angel
What?
sent down from heaven
Yes. You again.
to make our days better. And this is how you repay him.
Our soldiers are in
Are
trouble.
there other units to bother? Right between the eyes. Okay. Yeah. You call that a plan?
Okay, I need to get this,
My bow and arrows are...
Units under attack.
what's the word I'm looking for? Ooh.
Are you sure? What?
Attention. Building
Orders,
completed.
sir.
The place, the market. I need to get the market built. I hate you. Every single time, y'all. Every time.
You are gonna pay me for this, right? Roger that.
Our forces are in danger.
So tired. Last night was amazing.
Attention. Building
Let me put
completed.
an arrow in his head. Oh, here we go again.
Attention. Building completed.
Having suffered through Ghost Rider, I have to agree that sometimes even Nicolas Cage can give a bad performance. There's something that I have learned in my time in cinema. There are no bad actors, just bad directors.
You are gonna pay me for this, right? What? Gotcha. Yes, tell me.
Oh, that's sad.
Okay.
I was really hoping for a second that that was a pocket, but look at that little gap. Devastating. Okay, so I can get some food down. I can get some power down.
Is that all? So boring. Roger that. What do you want now? Yes, gotcha.
Do you need me? On your orders.
You again? Yeah. This better be good. Great.
Any orders?
Please fall back and stop making so much noise. All right. We are about to move into... Oh, God.
Straight to the heart.
Building completed.
Are you sure?
About to move into our first wave here. I'm feeling pretty strong about everything, if I'm honest.
Yeah. What? You order, you pay.
Kind of vibing.
Commander?
Our soldiers are in trouble.
Ah, walk it off.
Attention. Building complete.
So the next thing I want is the warehouse, which I said I was going to build over here. Maybe I want it over here instead, so that I can hit my farms. Is it bad to maybe want to delete some houses for this warehouse? Where would you build a warehouse, chat? Would you build a warehouse over here to maximize the gold? So here's option number one, is we build it right around here. It hits gold, it'll hit the stone eventually, it hits some chop chop. Option number two is we build it over here. It'll hit the stone, it'll hit the farms, and a little bit of the chop chop. What do you think?
Do you need me? Great idea, sir.
Units under attack.
Trees and food MO? Okay.
Attention. Building completed. Attention. Building completed.
You are gonna pay me for this, right?
Oh. Is that what I think it is?
My bow is ready. Okay, roger that.
Attention.
Shoot!
Completed.
You hold that plan. Faster than my bow.
Attention. Technology research
Better be
finished.
good. Faster than my bow. Straight to the heart. Gotcha.
Ah!
Roger that.
Oh. Okay.
What? You are gonna pay me for this, right? Okay.
Dozens of infected are near
Oh!
approaching from the north.
What? Gotcha. Let me put an arrow in his head. A new task. Roger that.
Okay, so it looks like the next area I have to secure is here.
A new task. Yes. What? Gotcha. You are gonna pay me for this, right? Right between the eyes. Okay, let's do this. You again. Yes. What? My bow is ready. Taste my arrows.
Our forces are in danger.
better be good. My bow is ready. So tired. Last night was amazing.
Oh, oh, oh.
Straight to the
Our
heart.
soldiers are in trouble.
Let me put an arrow in his head.
So what happened there is
Better be good.
I double clicked on Archer, and what that did is it selected all of my archers.
Units under attack.
Faster than my bow. Gotcha. Sure. Right. Yeah.
Where in the world is this wave going, y'all? What is happening here? Did I lose a soldier? I think I lost a soldier as well. Unless...
You are gonna pay me for this, right?
Did I lose a soldier, chat? It looks like there's a huge mountain sort of in the way here.
Great. What's up? Any infected around? Let me put an arrow in his head.
Our forces are in danger.
Ready.
What's that, sweetie?
What? Straight.
I'd have a full coffee.
Faster than my bow.
Okay, so this is very important to know. You see how the way this wave is curving around? The significance of this is
Okay.
next time, like, basically we know that next time any wave shows up, it's going to do some weird shenanigans, right?
In the eyes. Straight to the heart. A new task. Okay. Are you sure? Okay.
Units under attack. Our forces are in danger.
I guess the problem is I'm too close to this building. Crap.
Yeah. A new task. Gotcha. You are gonna pay me for this, right? Faster than my bow. My bow is ready.
Wait, did it come here?
Walls are under
It came here after all. Oh, crap.
Okay. Yeah.
What?
Roger that. Okay.
What?
Sounds interesting. It could be worse. Roger that. You hold that plan. Are you sure?
Attention. Building
Roger
completed.
that. Great. You hold that plan. Great. Okay. Yeah. Roger that.
Our soldiers are in trouble.
Yes.
They are trying to break through.
Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. You hold that plan. What's up? Any infected around? What? Great.
Our defenses are being attacked. Units under attack.
Okay, everything is extremely strange right now, and I just need to get this warehouse down. So the problem with this warehouse now is, of course, that this is where the doom wave is.
They are attacking the colony defenses.
What? Let me put an arrow in his head.
Attention.
Taste my
Technology
arrow.
research finished. The
Roger
walls
that.
are under attack.
Straight to the heart. Are you sure? My bow is ready. My bow and arrows are ready. Taste my arrows.
Ah, okay, the warehouse is getting built. That's great.
You are gonna pay me for this, right? Roger that. As long as you pay me.
I desperately need to start
You are gonna pay me for this, right? What? Okay. Yes. Oh.
figuring out how I'm going to hold this. I mean, I guess it's not that bad. I just make a straight line like here. And up here. You know what? Let's not worry about pushing through there. Let's just do this. Nice and safe here, right?
What's up? Any infected around? Roger that. What? I hope you're not wasting my time.
Attention. Building completed.
A new task.
Attention.
What?
Building completed.
Okay. I hope you're not wasting my time. Great.
Okay, the good news is there aren't really any runners here.
Our forces are in danger.
A new task. What? Are you sure? Yes. You again. Gotcha.
Attention. Building completed.
What? Okay.
Attention. Building completed.
So the line that I'm going to want is probably going to be like here, right?
This better be good.
Does that seem right?
What? Are you sure? Okay.
Does that seem right to y'all? Not too far, not too close. Do I have ballistas researched yet? I don't want to build anything until I can build at least 2. And then on this side, I'm probably going to want about the same spot.
What? I hope you're not wasting my time. You are gonna pay me for this, right?
And I can build one. Nope, that's terrible because it can't shoot through trees. I think the first one I build is like here. So let's build 2 right now, which is not great. I realize it's not great to build towers this early, but like,
What?
you know, I gotta hold something, right?
Yes. Faster than my bow. Are you sure? Right between the eyes. Yeah.
And I just want to start like slow clearing behind it as well. And then similarly, let's build my first one here. This is doing terrible things to my econ, by the way. I recognize this.
Attention. Building completed.
Are you trapped now?
Right? What do you want now? Yes. Roger that.
They are trying to break through.
What? You again.
Attention.
What?
Building
Let me
completed.
put an arrow in his head. You again. This better be good. Are you sure? What? This better be good. What's up?
Our soldiers are in trouble.
I didn't pre-clear this side.
Are you sure? Yes.
Attention. Building completed.
You again.
Okay, that's hopefully enough for now.
Attention. Building completed.
I have until day 23, right?
Yes. What? Are you sure?
Okay, now what we can do, hopefully,
Yes. Roger that.
is a little bit of tower pulling.
Roger that.
A little bit of ballista clearing, right?
Great. You are gonna pay me for this, right? Roger that. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Are you sure? I hope you're not wasting my time. Yeah. Okay. Is that all? So boring. Roger that. Great.
Attention.
Come on.
Building completed.
Come on.
They are trying to break into the buildings.
Oh no! Chat!
What? Roger that.
I'm dead.
They are infecting our buildings.
Sounds interesting. It could be worse. You would. Yes.
Our defenses are being attacked. Our colony is succumbing to the infection.
Oh, what a terrible way to lose.
They are attacking the colony defenses.
All of that? All of that? All of that? And one little homie snuck in and hit a tent when I wasn't looking.
The colony is under attack. The infection is spreading across the colony.
Oh, what a time to get raided, too. Hi. Oh, my goodness. What's up, everybody?
They are infecting our buildings.
Devastating. Thank you for the raid, May.
They are trying to break into the buildings.
That sucks.
Is succumbing to
That one feels bad. That one feels really bad. Dang it. Remember, losing is fun? To various extents of losing and fun. What were you streaming, the main Mew? Thank you for stopping on by. Thank you for trusting me with your community. I do think I'm going to call it here, unfortunately. I have a buddy who's visiting from out of town, and I want to go have coffee. Schedule 1. What's Schedule 1? Was Schedule 1 that viral drug dealing game? I can't remember. You usually do Magic the Gathering. Sick. It is the drug dealer game. Yeah. The game about being a drug lord. Delightful. I'm so sad about this loss. So look, different deaths hit different, right? Right? This one stings. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for that raid. Apologize that I'm going to raid and I'm going to leave, but yeah, a bit of a shorter day today. I've had really long days lately. I haven't been talking about this too much on stream, but I had to make 3 commander decks in over the past couple of days, and it's been, I kind of reached a point where I'm like, man, if I look at another magic card, I'm going to scream. My mod said that he followed you, so decided to raid you. That's so sweet. Well, I really appreciate it. Yeah. So for the new people, my name is Serge, a full-time family-friendly creator over here. I play a lot of strategy games. I play a lot of roguelike games. I feel like They Are Billions is sort of that nice intersection between both a strategy game and a roguelike game. Yeah, I'm big into Magic the Gathering, although I don't stream a lot of it over here. That's what all those boxes behind me are. Don't look behind you, Serge. Lots of Magic cards. Yeah. Yeah, I have another deck I have to make, and I need to take a day or 2 off because I'm not going to worry about that. Also, today is today Thanksgiving in Canada? I got Thanksgiving plans tonight as well, so I'm looking forward to going and hanging out and spending some time with some friendos doing friendo Thanksgiving stuff. Thanks for being here, everybody. Thank you for the subs and the bits. Thank you for all the support. If you're new and you had a good time, please follow the channel. I'll be live tomorrow at 8 a.m. playing more They Are Billions. I want to get this win. I feel like it's close. Tomorrow might be a big day because I don't have anything else immediately afterwards. So I want to hang out and keep going. We're going to raid my friend Molly. We're talking about zombies. Well, she's streaming some Project Zomboid, which is this game, but let's say maybe a little bit further ahead. She's also really good at this game, so go pick up all of the all the tips and tricks that she's got. All right. You're beautiful. Thank you so much for your time. I'll see you next time, everybody. Bye-bye.